Good evening, everybody. We are back with Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty. Let me just make sure everything's tagged up correctly. It should be, but it's always nice to check. And I believe I should have audio too. So, first of all, my apologies to those of you for the late start. I know that's a little bit more likely, actually, not even a little bit, but it is more likely on Fridays, but it even wound up being later than I was expecting. And honestly, part of it was just I forgot to do Duolingo, and I know I tend to go late with some broadcasts, so I wanted to get that out of the way. I don't know if I am any wiser with languages for it, but there you have it. We're going to jump into Phantom Liberty pretty quickly. I'll do the preamble and such. I just want to make sure that I don't have any other updates that I need to worry about. And then, it's definitely giving me scary messages about cloud saves, but I think it is fair to say the way that I play this game, my PC should always be up to date and my cloud should not be. But we'll figure it out. I mean, it does have a fairly impressive opening, so if we lose a little bit of progress, I'm not actually going to be that sad about it. But in any case, as always, thank you very much for watching, whether you're watching on a VOD or whether or not you're watching... If you can give me a second here, I think Discord is grabbing permissions that it's not supposed to.
Out to a solid and sturdy 30. 10 out of Haywood. Thanks to unabated gang wars. One officer down, so I guess you're all screwed. Cause the NCPD will not let that go. Got another blackout in Santo Domingo. Netrunners are at it again, poking holes in the power grid. While over in Westbrook, trauma teams scraping cyber psycho victims off the pavement. And in Pacifica, well, Pacifica is still Pacifica. This has been your man, Stan. Join me for another day in our city of dreams.
Wow. So they're automatically turning on overlays. All right, so sorry about this. On the note of Cyberpunk things, I would recommend, if you haven't for a while, you might want to jump into Discord and take a look at all of your app settings and see whether or not they're the ones that you originally set. Because mine have changed, and I didn't know people were allowed to do that. I have never been comfortable with the amount of stuff that Discord asks from me, but it is one of these things where it's you know, I hate to admit it, but like it's one of these things where how do I put it? Like it kind of feels like an essential app. But yeah, it takes a lot on your computer. Anyways, something for another time. I do want to make sure that it's not interrupting with the game, though. So we made it to Dogtown last time we played Cyberpunk. I do just want to mention off the top that I am playing a copy that was given to me by CD Projekt. I actually think I might have messed up my own drops, so I don't believe I have some of the drops, but I found out one of the reasons why I am streaming this game is not only was I given a copy for promotional purposes, but I'm actually on a list of broadcasters who, if you're like watching the stream and and you gift a couple of subs. I think it's also just the normal drops as well, but they sort of explain that if you get a couple of subs while you're watching one of these broadcasters, you get a special sniper rifle or something like that. And somebody very kindly came into the channel and and did that. So I have I have a couple of reasons to be streaming this. One, obviously, if somebody gives you a key, it is nice to follow up with that and do your best in terms of streaming the game. But on top of that, I was pleasantly surprised to be part of that campaign because I didn't really get much of a notification. I did find out after the fact that Twitch sort of gave me a little notification in the top right of the screen, which I didn't notice at all. So it wasn't completely out of nowhere, but I certainly didn't see it in a timely fashion. But with that in mind, this of course means that there are a couple of interests at play that have little to do with my enthusiasm for the game, as much as I do like it on its own. And you should know about those off the top. And in addition, because it was GOG that gave it to me, they would also appreciate it if you went out and got the game on their site. I sort of recognize that if you are picking up Phantom Liberty, which is the key that I most recently got for them, you're most likely going to be buying it on the storefront that you own Cyberpunk on. But if you're picking up the base game or you're picking up Phantom Liberty, both of those were given to me by GOG. And certainly they would like it if you bought it from their site. Of course, they're attached to the developer of this game. So it's one of the ways that they cannot pay the... It's not going to be 30%. I'm pretty sure Cyberpunk has made enough money to get the lower rates. But in any case, I think they are definitely looking to put to get the store fees in their own pocket as opposed to competitors. But yeah, so to be honest, most of the time that we have been running through Phantom Liberty, it has been to actually get to Phantom Liberty, and we are here now. I finished off on a big fight with a tank, which was very enjoyable. I have noticed that every once in a while I will have some kind of performance issues with the game. However, I also noticed that usually quitting out of the game and jumping back in is enough. So... as always, you do your best. I probably should have reset the computer before I went in, but I don't think any of the... Oh, that's interesting. I don't know why the volumetric clouds were... Let's give this a try. I figure we're early enough in that I can probably afford the performance hit. Maybe I should have listened to that before. But anyways, so we finished off basically. For those of you not familiar with the game, the kind of premise behind this one is that we get we were contacted by a character named Songbird, who is currently missing, essentially saying, I'm with the president on Space Force 1, we're about to crash into Dogtown, and you're the only one that can help us. Effectively, this is a hacker who is so good at what they do that they were able to hack into the relic and essentially displace Johnny Silverhand. Now, Johnny's back because Songbird is gone, but that's kind of how it starts. And sure enough, the whole start with crashing Space Force 1. In fact, Space Force 1 is not just hacked and crashing, but it's shot out of the sky with a missile, and it is every bit as spectacular and exciting as that description would suggest. But we are here with Rosalind Myers, the president of the NUSA, and we are in the middle of a dangerous place.
Let's try this way.
Looks promising.
cameras. Here?
Hansen's a military man. He loves control. Hates blind spots. Great.
Hot as Satan's balls in here. Should plug that.
Look for a valve.
Well, there's the valve. It's gonna want me to, yeah. Apparently the coverings are too much for V. We're never gonna be able to overcome this. I am slightly curious though, like, so in another game you would sort of say, okay, well, you know, you just fire your pistol and there you go. I am actually a little stumped in terms of how I'm supposed to make this work, because it's all sort of covered and blocked, and there aren't any interactions. And it looks like it doesn't want me to go the other way.
On the right, see it? Here's where we surface.
Christ, finally.
I'm gonna smell musty for a week.
I'm assuming this is going to be very embarrassing once I figure out the trick, but it's like the most logical approach I could think of would just be to like move something out of the way, but that doesn't seem to be an option here. Shooting definitely isn't an option. Trying to break something or cut it with the sword didn't turn out. It's like, for instance, something like here, I would sort of expect, you know, press F and you know, push the box out of the way, for instance. Or at minimum, this does feel like the kind of gap I should be able to get through. But again, it's not quite turning out that way. So my last stop would be to see what I can find in terms of going from above. And it looks like I might have closed that option off by going where I did. Oops. Yeah, that's almost certainly there to stop me doing what I'm trying to do here. There we go. Okay, yeah, so they're blocking the way on that side as well. So that's funny. It's telling me to shut off the steam. It's pointing me to where I need to go. But that last step of actually being able to deliver in a fairly enclosed space without a whole lot of options is... Huh. Okay, so... although this is interesting. Okay. I don't think this is going to change anything, but here we've got the steam. Now the one funny thing is this doesn't actually seem to be related to that pipe.
Ouch.
Hey, are you okay?
Thanks, game. Although this winds up taking me the same spot, so... but yeah, what I wanted to allow for was, so we've got this sort of broken pipe over here. Well, maybe... Like, basically, this doesn't quite seem attached to this whole spot. I could try leveling up my technical ability, but that doesn't quite feel right. So yeah, I'm going to go so far as to say that that doesn't actually want me to go there. Let's see if we can find something on the other side. It's kind of funny that it seems to commit you to a path. Like, so basically, my normal reaction in a situation like this would be, oh, okay, so it looks like this place isn't a place where we can pass. Let's try the other direction. But in this case here, it actually really does seem to decide if you went on the right-hand side, everything on the left is closed off to you. Oh, okay, well, that would be why. Oh, maybe not.
A maintenance tunnel. We could try to squeeze through.
I didn't even realize.
So far, so good.
But the faster the better. Elizabeth Crest Street. Bull-headed Betty. That's what we called her. Re-elected 9 times. You believe it? She must have had her ass welded to that seat. Funny how she has her own street in Night City of all places.
That jealousy I'm detecting?
Please. Jealous of what?
Let's try to see if there's anything else I can
Looks like
grab.
control room.
Okay. Remember the Red Decades. Let's be real. What kind of person was Elizabeth Crest? Does she really deserve monuments or streets named after her? Elizabeth Crest Street near the confines of Night City is a twisted joke. Once again, the 1% try to shove NUSA Militech propaganda down our throats and force us to swallow it. It's a lie perpetuated by the elite in an effort to evoke an illusionary patriotic sentiment. This is not enough to whitewash history, not enough to make us forget the ruins on which Night City was built, the red cloud of devastation hanging over the continent, the rain thick as blood. By building this district, by building Crest Street, this is what we see. Not a president of the people, but the violence that her name recalls. Violence and scorched earth, nuclear devastation, the Red Decades. Which, if I recall correctly, is the essentially the setting for the Cyberpunk RPG now. So in terms of chronology, I believe the way that it works is that you've got Cyberpunk 2020, which is sort of the one that established the reputation of the series, or seemed, at least prior to this game, sort of seemed to be the best known form of the Cyberpunk setting. There was apparently there was like a version 3 or 2.5 or whatever they called it. In any case, it does feel like there was a version which maybe wasn't as highly regarded. Clearly I've got a lot of stuff here, so let's do a quick cleanup. Okay. Can't see why I wouldn't go for the Achilles. Oh, they're both Achilles. Okay. This one's a little bit harder to see. I think I also said I was going to clear out the white. Actually, I'm going to clear out the whites and the greens on this one. Okay. Let's Starbright Knight, good to see you. I always say it's been a while, but I don't think it has. It's actually been pleasantly close. How are you doing today? All right. I feel I can get away. All right, not quite my thing. This I actually think might work. Utility chest a little too. Oh no, not bare chested. Okay, I might be able to work with that. I do rather like the suit look though. I think the question is what suit. This may be a little. I for some reason I feel okay with the colors, but not so okay with the. This is also very tempting. But yeah, so I don't mind this jacket at all. I definitely like the idea of the suit, and again, the question is just which of these suits fits the best. I'm gonna go for this outrageous one. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Starbright. Is this because basically the boost in terms of the system requirements, you kind of wound up on the wrong side of those? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So, yes. Okay. That's actually, I think we have consoles to thank for that. If I believe the current generation of consoles have effectively, I don't want to say forced makes it sound really mean, but like they've definitely created a big gulf between PCs, which are more customizable, and consoles, and clearly you have to build with a set of expectations, and clearly the loading side is it's a little more buttoned down than I was expecting, but you know what, this works for me. Yeah, no worries. I feel like it's been a really long time since I've stopped by, and I do feel rather bad for that, but I hope you've been having a good time of it. I would love to know what you have been playing if you've not been able to play this. Oh, hang on. Yeah. SnowRunner and Sea of Thieves. I've actually taken a bit of a break from Sea of Thieves. I will definitely look forward to. Whoa! I'll definitely look forward to the Safer Seas update.
There we go.
But I've decided that I'm going to reserve my time in Sea of Thieves for that. But and I've not yet tried SnowRunner yet, but there's actually a few people who stopped by who've played it and speak very, very highly of it. I was wondering if there's some kind of a scope, but okay. Yeah, there's the frames back. Yeah, I've been rather annoyed by. So there was someone who, like, I realized that what I said was not necessarily novel, but like when I first started playing it, I was playing it with someone. And I sort of said to them that, one kind of shame about the way that this game seems to work is that they have sort of a thematic excuse for some of the things that I don't care very much for. I'll finish this rant before I move on. And it's sort of like, you're pirates, so of course you can betray each other and behave badly and so on and so forth. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the choice is a particularly fun one. And one of the most frustrating parts about that is that this person has apparently completely forgotten that I was the one to tell them that. So whenever I discuss, the relative merits of the game, they quote this back to me as if I was not the one to tell them that. And it is incredibly irritating. Because I also kind of have the counterpoint, which is, if that is true, then presumably you shouldn't ban cheating in the game either, because of course pirates will look for whatever edge that they can do and they don't follow the rules. So why are you punishing cheating? There's a thematic reason why cheating is in there, right? Like you can make that argument sort of fit just about any kind of positive or negative behavior. And I think the big drawback for me about Sea of Thieves is that a lot of it, there are some things I quite like. So for instance, if I play a game like Elite Dangerous, I get to run around in a spaceship, and but because it's a spaceship, a lot of it is automated, and I basically don't have to do a whole lot to make it work. I can disable some of the automated systems in that, but for the most part, it makes perfect sense to keep the thing keep the automated systems on, and then disable those systems as part of a strategy. So for instance, if you want to take advantage of the fact that you're in space and quickly turn around during a dogfight or whatever. Whereas Sea of Thieves, the ship is kind of this big thing that you need to manipulate. Like it's like playing a guitar. Like it kind of has a mind of its own, and you are you're working with it to try and achieve this thing you're looking for, and you can do a better or worse job of achieving that. So a lot of that stuff I think is pretty neat, the exploration and fighting the skeletons and so on and so forth. So there are some elements of like exploration and discovery that I really enjoy, and I wouldn't even necessarily say the game would be better if there wasn't PvP. But what I do tend to dislike is that I can be running around enjoying my own thing, being a merchant or whatever, or trading. And that all of a sudden, the game kind of comes in and says, well, we're going to make you an input to somebody else's experience right now. Might be, a bunch of, a gang of 8 people hanging out in a galleon. And you might be in a little sloop, completely unable to defend yourself. And that's just too bad for you. This is not your game anymore. You are an NPC in these people's game. And even then, right, like I'm not exactly geared for PvP, so I'm sure even in a fair one-on-one fight, I would probably do quite poorly. But I think the style of the game is very much against is very much against that. So I think this is the big thing, is that it always kind of comes back to that question, well, who is having fun? I mean, it's the same reason why I don't play, I'll play Battlefield and I'll enjoy that quite a bit, but I don't particularly care for Rust because, again, I don't necessarily feel like I want to be an input to somebody else's experience. So yeah, it's one of these things where I think they're sort of trying to have it both ways by sort of capping the amount that you can do in Safer Seas, but my hope is that they will see that there is a number of people who want that experience, and that it's not necessarily, like, it's not so bad that people not have this pure experience that they had in their mind. And again, I know there's a lot of people really mad about Safer Seas, but I don't care. Like, these are...
1 sec. It'll pass. Oh. See? Better already.
What's the matter? Are you hurt?
Yeah, could say that. Old wound.
One that literally has you on the floor.
Got a experimental Arasaka biochip in my brain. It's killing me, literally. Somi says she might have a solution.
Wait. You're talking about the relic.
That'd be the one.
The secretive tech someone stole from Arasaka. On the day Saburo lost his battle with mortality, no less.
Bingo.
So that's how she could reach you. It also goes a long way toward explaining the nature of your deal. I appreciate the candor. Seems it's all for one and one for all, if we're to survive.
Now, I'm assuming Myers is not going to be with us the whole time, so I'm kind of curious how they're going to get her out of the picture, but...
Expecting more trouble?
Tonight, I expect nothing but. It's best to be prepared for any contingency.
Yeah, Starbright, like
This is us, safe.
the big problem I have with that for sure is that it's a way that it can essentially annihilate...
Place for an ambush.
It can essentially annihilate the time that I spend in the game. Did I not collect that?
Is this the place? I'll cover you.
Arvin Accord redefined? Ever since Mayor Ryan declared Pacifica an independent district, I keep wondering what it really means and what will the long-term ramifications of that decision be. Will it result in a small-scale war? 2070's Arvin Accord clearly defined Night City as free and autonomous, a result of Ryan's efforts and political savvy. But as soon as the dust had settled, the mayor realized that some of the land that he so valiantly fought for may be nothing more than dead weight as far as NC's welfare is concerned. Dropping Pacifica from the administrative boundaries of the free city of Night City has been a drawn-out process, since long-term action is always easier to digest by the public, but in reality, the district hasn't been considered a part of the city for a long time. By NC residents and even the NCPD, which withdrew from Pacifica years ago. But the official split only came when he needed to boost his support by massaging the crime stats. So, where did Pacifica find itself after the end of the Unification War? The Arvin Accord did not end the war, but simply moved it elsewhere without designating clear winners or losers or appeasing the ambitions of anyone involved. This is why a large independent district neighboring Night City would be a great catch for anyone vying for influence over the metropolis. The ambiguity of borders described in the Accord makes Pacifica a perfect location for everyone working in the shadows, and any kind of operations that would not necessarily lead to the breaking of the 2070 treaty, but rather its creative reinterpretation. How you doing, Digi Inferno? Yeah, so the I am interested by... It's clear why all of the material... is referring to the reunification wars and that when you have the president of the NUSA and Night City, it's going to explore those political tensions for sure. King of Pentacles. The King of Pentacles is imperious. They represent enterprise, pragmatism, but also attachment. From such a person, one can expect coldness or attachment to material possessions. They are likely to turn your world upside down sooner or later. I'm wondering if this is supposed to be the Idris Elba character who we've not encountered yet. King of Cups is creative and emotionally driven person. They are strong individuals who realize the importance of feelings. Intuition helps them navigate their lives. When fate is in their favor, compassion guides their actions. When they're at odds with fate, it'd be unwise to trust them.
1, 2. Pitch fucking black. Where are you?
Pacifican Revolution. Pacifica, get ready for a techno-revolution. Night City authorities have announced more than €6 billion will be invested to expand the district's telecommunications infrastructure in the coming years. Little is known about the details so far, though one thing's for certain, such an investment will attract numerous tech giant companies to Pacifica. While free market enthusiasts are already cheering with glee, dissidents are already beginning to surface, namely the residents. As one of our anonymous callers eloquently put it, not everyone wants to live on a blanking construction site. If that wasn't enough, our sources report NetWatch agents are to oversee the next stages of the investment, which, to say the least, raised a few eyebrows. City Hall refuses to comment on the matter at this time.
So me.
Huh. Guess who got here first?
Seems so. I'll have to sit tight. Though I assume I'd rather not sit in water. Power would be useful. Could also get the radio up and running.
What? Can't miss our daily dose of fear-mongering?
We need to know the situation on the ground. I want to change out of this mess. High time.
Old mattress. Insects. Active infestation. May carry harmful pathogens. Risk of infection high. Mattress. Low
Look around.
quality material. Dirty. Conclusion. A makeshift bed written with various insects. Alright. I got some new clothes, so I want to see if I've got some pants which might work a little bit better. Nope. 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 What happened to my old ones? This is a little, not quite my style. Actually, I regret kind of clearing out some of the more formal stuff in my inventory. Shoes would have been good. I don't know what happened to those. You don't expect those poor insects to sleep on the floor. I did kind of skip dinner to start streaming, so I might nibble on a couple of things while broadcasting, but I'm going to try and hold off for as long as I can, just as a heads up.
Check this, V. Attempted postmodern art.
More like a home-cooked generator. Maybe we kick-started. Literally.
Uh-huh.
So I don't mind progressing the story here, but I do want to get whatever goodies I can in the area first.
Shit. Thing needs a little go-go juice to wake up.
Sure, but seeing as we got a lull in the lead pouring down on us, listen, got a bad vibe about this. You?
One thing at a time, Johnny. A little focus.
I get it, fine. Anyway, let's get this power sitch sorted.
Used, dirty, low-quality clothes. Old used clothes likely left by the apartment's previous inhabitants.
All good in there?
Yes, I know how to change clothes, V. Just because I haven't had to for 12 years.
Now, what do we have here?
The Bambino Universal can be removed and repurposed.
Should do the trick, by my eye. In you go.
Fire it up.
Fingers crossed. There it goes. And the maze balls.
Don't use the
Look
word
what I
amazeballs when the president's in
What
the
do you
room.
say? There's more in the fridge. Feel free. You earned it.
You look great.
Right? Should draw less attention, too. Grab a gulp.
Booze. This a good time?
Let's see. Today I survived a Delta crash, a district-wide manhunt, and a prototype killer robot. Yes, it's a great fucking time.
We're stuck in Dogtown with no sign of life from So-Me. Not ready to celebrate yet.
Suit yourself, but I won't let a good thing go to waste.
Housewarming gift from Songbird, maybe?
Wouldn't it be wonderful?
And circling back to Night City, speculative chatter continues tonight around the downed passenger craft. NUS representatives claim President Rosalind Myers was aboard when catastrophe struck. City officials have yet to release any statement. However, one all too familiar figure did decide to speak out. Kurt Hansen, the self-proclaimed leader of Dogtown, called a press conference earlier today to offer his take on the situation.
I'm being framed. Isn't it obvious? The NUSA's been out for my blood for years. Now, I'm not without flaws. But another thing I'm not is suicidal. An attempt on the life of the head of the NUSA? What transpired in Dogtown is no trivial matter. I urge you all to consider the true motives behind this spectacle. The NUSA will take any excuse it can get to send forces into Dogtown. And will they stop there? No. You, good people of Night City, are next in the fucking line.
Shit.
Mark my
Fuck
words.
this. Troglodyte's clever. Maybe too clever for his own good.
So Hansen decided to wave a classic false flag. So doubt, reap apprehension awards, any NUSA attempt to get you back. Both ends fight in the middle.
Well, you sure know how to cheer people up. Some mysterious party's out to trigger war. An attempt on my life's a damn good casus belli.
Gotta let Washington know you're alive, ASAP.
Ah, call Washington without knowing who'll answer, friend or foe. Or should I go outside? Give Hanson snipers a big thumbs up. No, V. Neither's an option. Hear that? Footsteps.
Songbird?
Maybe. Can't be sure, though.
It's our lucky day, Chumba. A penthouse with a view of the city.
And lights that work. No, this doesn't feel right.
None never does with you, does it? Fucking killjoy. You want an angle on Hansen's airdrops? You got it.
V, we need to eliminate them.
Come on, man. Let's have a look around. I'll be there.
Wait. Wanna try talking first?
I hope you know what you're doing. Weapons! Now!
What the fuck?
I won't say it again.
Yo, chill. Just looking for a place to hold up for the night.
This one's taken, clearly.
Told you.
So I see. This the, presidential suite.
Shit.
Word is, they a bounty on the head of Rosalind Myers. What we gonna do about that?
Come on, guys, let's figure something out. We don't want any problems.
Iron in my face, say otherwise.
This iron will stay silent, so long as you do.
Now that's an idea. But our silence ain't come cheap, yeah?
Whoa, pump the brakes, man.
Not now, Tay. I was negotiating.
Do you remember negotiating with Hansen? What happened?
Not now.
You negotiated with Hansen? What was that about?
Not small misunderstanding.
They macheted his leg off.
You motherfucker. Was it conflict of interest. Colonel Dipshit don't appreciate motivated entrepreneurs like myself. Now my question is, what can you offer us that's better?
That's the NUS president you're talking to. Guarantee the White House can offer more than some hermit warlord.
The White House? But we...
Back the hell up! That's better.
That's the NUS president you're talking to. Guarantee the White House can offer more than some hermit warlord.
The White House? But we already in Hansen's house.
If we help each other, I'm prepared to pay double what Hansen would.
Jacob.
And what's that supposed to look like exactly?
There's enough space for 4. Should be easy to stay out of each other's way. But if any uninvited guests arrive, we'll be counting on you to stand with us.
This is your chance. There won't be another.
Shit. But it might could be our last. You got a deal, Madam Prez. And... want me a Ray Field.
Jesus Christ.
Uh-huh. Any model in particular?
Shit, my ass will fit them all the same.
Tell me where you want it parked.
Will do. So long as your bodyguard don't slit our throats come nighttime.
Well, V, do you plan to slit these 2 gentlemen's throats?
All depends on you, Chooms. Gonna have my eye on you.
Likewise. Chew. Well, all fucking right. We got us a deal. I like to celebrate new Chooms by tossing back a few, but T and I got to be sharp. Airdrops come morning. Gotta get up early.
Same here. Come on, V. It's been a hell of a long day.
Watch the master and learn, T. Watch and learn.
You're gonna get us killed one of these days.
Maybe. But at least you'll kick it with a smile on your face and your balls in the right place.
Looking for someone. Asian American woman, about 30. Seen anyone like that?
Well, it doesn't ring a bell. But shit, you can't ask her to meet at a bar like a normal Choom?
You pull the night shift?
Well, we could call it my part of the deal. And an old habit from the Badlands.
So, you a nomad?
I was. Once upon a time.
Abandon your family?
I betrayed them. I'd rather not get into it.
Sup, V? Shoot some shit with me? Then spill it, my man. Working for the Prez. What's it like? Feds probably pay stacks, yeah?
I don't work for Myers. Call it a one-time thing.
Do you shit in the storm drain and call it a toilet?
Don't believe me if you want.
So you a merc? Well, damn, you hit the jackpot.
Uh-huh. Living the dream.
Anyway, you made a wise choice for an overnight. Safe, out of the way. It's even got working power.
Mentioned airdrops before. What's that about?
It's like this. Colonel Hansen runs a big market, but he's landlocked, right? Gotta get his shipments in somehow. Talking iron, ammo, meds, fucking anything. All falling out of the sky and into Kurt's lap. Now, if you know where and when to look, might fall into your lap instead. Feel me?
Telling me finders keepers? Klepping from Kurt?
It's kid stuff. Trickle-down economics, I call it.
So, one thing I don't get. Building's safe, right? So why is it a total ghost town?
Right. See, well, that's because it's haunted. You ain't never heard the stories, dog?
Jacob.
It's true. A lot of peeps died here. Mysterious circumstances. Like an aneurysm, each and every one. One time, 12 runners they found. All their brains fried. Hanson closed the house down, banned entry. And the Colonel's word means lots more than some turrets and shit. Folks know to stay away.
So what are we still doing here?
'Cause fuck 'em, that's what. And fuck urban legends.
So that was the main reason for... I kind of like how the game turns out... They actually did a poster for No Life 3. That's actually really funny. So yeah, one of the things I do tend to like in RPGs are when you have a... these might work, actually. Yeah, when you have a... like, you kind of have an idea in the back of your mind in terms of what your character is doing. So the best example of this by far was Mass Effect, where I'd never played the third game. In fact, I'd only ever played the second. But when I created a character, I had a little bit of an arc in mind in terms of... Or not even an arc, because that would sort of imply that it was related to the... kind of how the game... Oh, I don't know why I thought that would turn out. That suggests it had a little bit more to do with how the play of the game would turn out. But I sort of had this idea in terms of who they were and what motivated their actions. And then I played the game sort of using that as the main kind of the main driver for a lot of my choices. And it just so happens that the way that the game turns out, like the final choice, or at least the one that I went for in the third game, was exactly like what I wanted, kind of what I had in mind for the character. Like it could not have fit more perfectly. Now, again, this is more than anything, this is really just a nice coincidence. I'm certainly not going to try and suggest that this is some kind of significant insight in terms of what the intention behind the game was or anything along those lines. But I'm certainly very fond of how the game ended, and I certainly know that ending was controversial. But it's kind of a good example for me about one of the things I really like in some RPGs, which is some can be written in such a way that they line up with what your intentions for a character are, and then some of them maybe don't always live up to that promise in terms of how how it all turns out. So the intention here, so Myers is kind of telling me, okay, we need to take these people out, and it's reasonable to say, right? Like, this is taking a while to restore. Okay. It is reasonable to say, well, this is my employer. This is the way that I'm going to get the relic outside of my head. I should really do everything that they want. But the appeal of trying to talk my way out with these guys are that residents of Dogtown are going to have information. I'm probably not going to know where Songbird is, but they are at least going to be able to tell us, things like the airdrops and so on and so forth. And again, when I make a choice like that, I'm very rarely expecting a game to sort of pick up on that kind of intent. Sometimes games will be written in such a way where you make a choice like that, and the game's just saying, oh, they're doing some kind of pacifist run or whatever. So I kind of like the fact that you do get the option to sort of talk with those characters and learn a little bit more about them, and learn, in this case, we learned a bit about the apartment and sort of the level of control or lack of control in the case of those characters that the Colonel has over the area. So again, it's just, I'm spending more time on this than I really should, but it's one of these things that I like about some RPGs, just in terms of how you can have an idea in the back of your head, and when you're, when there's a little bit of a, when the game anticipates something like that, or at least gives enough space to have that be a consistent choice in terms of what you plan for your character, I actually really like that sort of thing. It's a nice little reward.
My legs are killing me. Come on, take a breather. Still nothing from So-Mi.
Radio silence.
She's never gone dark this long. Troubling, to say the least.
How you feel about our roommates?
None too bright, but not entirely useless. And 2 extra guns could always prove handy.
Gonna give them that payday, really?
Why wouldn't I? They're taking a sizable risk.
So, what if Songbird don't show?
We need to wait. That's all we can do for now. If she doesn't show, well, then we'll have one other option to consider. But let's table it till morning. We should get some rest.
The light from the broken Venetian blinds are pretty.
Surreal.
It's pretty nice.
All of it.
What's that?
I'd have been home by now. Reading the evening brief, glass of water and 2 sleeping pills waiting on the night table.
Doesn't sound like you miss it much.
See you in the morning, V.
She's on the balcony.
She's not here. Means she's not coming.
You seen the swarms Henson has out hunting? Might have nabbed her.
Possibility. One that concerns me the most. I need to find her. You don't leave your people behind enemy lines.
Cadet still buy that fairy tale bullshit?
Whatever happened, we have to help her.
Listen, know we had a calm night, but you gotta leave Dogtown.
How? In a car trunk? Fingers crossed? Hanson's waiting for that sort of desperate attempt.
Okay. Gotta be away. Let me think. Know my share of fixers. Bet we could get one
Out of the question. They'll hand me over to the highest bidder.
Gotta find it myself, sounds like. On my own.
Not entirely. I have just the person to help. Solomon Reed's the name. 7 years ago, he headed up our intelligence efforts in Night City. He and So-Mi were a team. With conflict over, he went into hibernation. So he's out there somewhere. Reed's a man of principle. He can't be swayed, can't be bribed. If there's anyone we can trust now, it's him.
Okay. There is something very interesting about this, but I'm gonna wait for the dialogue to finish before.
A sleeper agent? No shit. Tell me more. Unless that's like a state secret or whatever.
It is. Of the false bottom drawer variety. Let's say you want to secure your interests on another country's soil. If diplomacy fails, you resort to other means.
Like a military coup.
That's one option. Solomon Reed is another sure one.
7 years undercover. Guy sounds like a true asset. Used to be with Arasaka once upon a time. Counter intel. Never saw any Reed on file.
Above your pay grade, maybe? Consider that.
Maybe I was too busy getting my hands wet and dirty.
So, that's a yes. Go back, up your clearance, and check again.
Just might. One day.
Don't mention it to Reed. I don't need you in a body bag.
Another one with an eternal grudge against Arasaka?
Reed has good reasons.
How do I find your guy? Guessing I can't just buzz him on his work hollow.
Activating a sleeper agent is no simple matter. You'll need a dog whistle.
What now?
Don't tell him I called it that. It's a signal only Reed will hear. It'll be tricky.
Huh.
There was a secret comms channel accessed only from a Capitan Caliente nearby. The FIA used it before the war. The access code was 0931.
Got a bad feeling, V.
Meaning an analog landline. That crash tear open a hole in space-time?
When sending sensitive information, you use the technology least vulnerable to interception, old or not. That Caliente should still be wired for it.
Owner have a thing for antiques?
He had a thing for federal money, and he might still be alive. Remember, 0931.
Okay, seems doable.
And I prefer discretion to destruction. I trust that's clear.
Uh-huh, so what'll happen next?
Reed will need to screen you. You'll show him this. It means you work for us.
What the?
File will be created for you in the FIA database.
Wait, back up. Tell me I'm a special agent now.
That's right. But taking the oath make it feel more real.
Secret comms line, presidential token. What's next? A coded message in today's scream sheet?
That token is for your safety. If Reed isn't 100% certain I sent you, he won't hesitate to kill you.
Yeah, nah. Let's skip the formal thing.
Is there a problem?
It's just a big commitment, you know? Can't swear to something I don't believe in.
It's your choice. I understand this was sudden. Good luck out there, V. And don't let the bastards nab you.
Okay, so here's what I'm curious about. I don't know for sure that Solomon Reed is the Idris Elba character, but let's be honest here, right? If somebody gets a first and last name in the description and it's going to be like, you know, you're building up towards this character partway through, I'm gonna make a guess as to what it is, but I have seen the character in one other context, which I'm going to try and find now. Do they still do oaths in this universe? I would have to assume yes, particularly because so this is a bit of a weird way for me to put it, but the NUSA definitely, there's two big things about it, which is number one, there's a pretty strong indication that it has been largely taken over by Militech. So it's a little ambiguous in terms of how deep this is. So it could just be a particularly strong version of sort of the revolving door. For those of you not kind of familiar with this, it's sort of one of the problems people have sort of described in terms of the idea of lobbying is not necessarily the idea of money's influence in politics, or, you know, like there's a lobbyist registry and things like that. But it's specifically the idea of sort of forms of compensation that extend beyond, I don't know, brown envelopes with money or something like that. So for instance, how do you stop something like somebody working as a telecom regulator for, N years, knowing full well that at the end of those years, they will then go work for a telecom company for a very high payoff. If people feel that that is going to be their career path, they are going to regulate or not regulate telecom in a way that's maybe different from what we would consider ideal for a regulator or somebody in that position. So there's a few things that countries do to get around that. Like, in some cases there will be a limit in terms of how long it can be between you serving in a government post to working for that company. One of the things you don't want to do is you don't want to be so strict in those rules that you make it a disincentive to work in those kinds of jobs, because then of course you get people who don't have better options to take it, and you don't want your regulators to be like less smart than the people that they're regulating, because then then you just have toothless regulation at that point, basically. And another big one, actually, I believe, is military. So I think I believe if you have a certain role in the military, I think there is actually a period of time that you need to wait to take a certain government role. I know James Mattis needed to have an exception. Congress can do a waiver on these sorts of things, but I think there needs to be I believe there needs to be a certain period of time between a certain level of military service and certain political appointments. And again, the idea is pretty consistent across the board that you are trying to avoid influence from areas that it would be inappropriate to have influence from creeping into these different roles. So in the case of the military and and the civilian government, well, clearly you do not want, when you have a military government, people do not associate that with democracy. And so you can see why the United States would really want to keep a very careful line between those two, especially nowadays, because the military does seem to be getting called on to do more and more things. It's generally well perceived by the public, and certainly they are believed to be very competent in what they're doing. But you'll notice that things like the State Department tend to have sort of lower and lower budgets, and the Defense Department is being asked to do more and more. And this may not necessarily be a positive thing, simply because not everything has to be a military operation. But that's a whole other separate conversation. So the reason why I'm bringing that up is that whether the NUSA is a full-on fascist state, or whether or not it is sort of this democratic backsliding that is occurring, and what you are seeing in terms of Militech and the NUSA just happens to be a very frothy revolving door without those kinds of safeguards. It's definitely the kind of it is definitely indicated that the NUSA is considerably less free than what we would associate with the United States. And so if you consider that, if you consider increasing, authoritarian reach, or at the very least, this degree of, the other thing too is that I believe Myers has actually been somewhat aggressive in terms of trying to restore the United States as it is. So definitely also a little bit more active in terms of its military. In this kind of case, you would absolutely see oaths and sort of pledges of loyalty that would sort of be a bit more consistent with what you might imagine in the NUSA. So as always, it kind of depends. I think it depends kind of on what region you're thinking of. So Night City may not put a lot of stock in terms of things like oaths, but I would definitely imagine other parts of the world would be more invested in it. And I mean, this is also a world in which the Soviet Union still exists. So, oh, well, I guess I shouldn't have spent all that time talking about that if you just had a one-sentence answer. So anyways, this is my guess. They may even say that this is Solomon Reed, but this is my understanding of who this character is.
This is it. Trust me.
You know I do. Tell me I'm out of this goddamn town.
Nobody on you. I just caught surveillance cams.
Adios, Night City.
Should be back in the homeland by 2 a.m.
Yeah. What about you? Get your ticket out yet?
I hear the government's sealing a deal.
I told you. You're the president's favorite. You're gonna walk out of this on a red carpet.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, You deserve it. I wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for you. You know what I'm thinking about right now?
Tell me.
Taco stand back home. First thing I'm gonna do when I get off this train is head right there. I swear those quesadillas come to me in my dreams.
Place sure sounds tasty.
Yeah. You were the one that took me there in the first place?
Yeah. I remember now.
Well, listen, when this is all over, you gotta take a break, you hear me? Tell me, do you copy? So we got a passenger and he's carrying. I think we might be compromised. Can you hack the trap? Show me.
So me, you want a pill? So me,
Excuse me, Madam President.
pill? It's going to be a long flight.
No, thank you.
I wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for you.
So, a slight adjustment in terms of the kind of the ordering of events that we've seen. So the missile doesn't strike the ship until so in this particular game, the missile doesn't strike the ship until until it's actually landing. The Air Space Force One is hacked, leading to sort of the crash landing in Dogtown, and then the missile strikes, which actually would have been kind of neat because you have this parallel between the hack on the train and the hack on Space Force One. But the significance here, the reason why I took the time bringing it up, I'm going to guess that Solomon Reed is Idris Elba. But specifically, it's the 7 years later that's referred to. So this idea that this character became a, quote unquote, became a deep cover agent. The player have this knowledge that this probably is the character that they're talking about. And we definitely see something that's happened to them that is different from what President Myers has described. Although, whether we're supposed to make something of that. I'm assuming that they made this game assuming that, not everybody was going to see that trailer. But anyways, I thought it was interesting. I'm also very interested to see how all of these things get reconciled.
Where's Jacob?
Fresh airdrop nearby. Jay went down for a look-see.
Sleep okay? Night all right?
Like any with a roof overhead. Claustrophobic. As for Jacob, he thrives in dreamland.
You can just give me 1 second here. I am detecting a little bit of lag, so I'm just going to quickly reset the game. Sorry about this. I just don't want to lose too much. And that's interesting. I just got a crash report. Back in a moment. One thing I do need to confess is, or not confess, one difficulty I run into is that when I detect some lag, it may not necessarily be something that affects the stream, because the frame rate for the monitor is higher than the frame rate for the stream. But I also know that Cyberpunk, for one reason or another, I mean, let's face it, it's a big game, it's a complicated game. It's not gonna, the expectation that it run perfectly is maybe a bit much, especially given that I have a little bit of a weird combination of hardware. My video card is certainly much older than my processor. But where I can, if I get a bit of a hint that something's going a little wrong with Cyberpunk, I've generally found the better call is just to get a reset where I can, and work with what I've got. Because in the end, like, a reset isn't. I think what's better, like, if you have a reset, yes, that takes a bit of time, but you don't lose like 10 minutes of gameplay and have to redo it. Kind of like what we did with the tank. Whereas if I try and like push through it, potentially I have to play through a bunch of gameplay again. The surprise is gone, and then of course some people may give up on the broadcast while I get my stuff resolved. I am also going to listen to what this little bit of dialogue in between says.
The crash site is now in a restricted area. My people will proceed to secure it. The rest of you, go home and stay there. That is, unless you want to catch a stray bullet. I'm imposing a state of emergency in Dogtown until further notice. More news to come as the situation develops.
Also gives me a chance to have a little dinner.
Come on, baby. Ever ridden in a Rayfield? My villa with VIP friends? High society? On and on till the crack of dawn.
A man with ambitions, clearly.
Those in a deviated septum.
Oh, this is good. Okay. Archive conversation, Jacob and Taylor. Chum, we got this. For real this time. Got what? An invitation to orbital air with our names on them. What do you think? Airdrops. Caden hit me up. Said the next drop's going to land near Elizabeth Crest Street. Maybe there in an hour. Know exactly how to grab it so they won't see us. Obsessed is what you are. Trying to fuck Hansen's over going to be the death of you. Nah, man, just trying to settle the debt. Either way, you in or you're out. In, but got a bad feeling about this. Also, not to call out lurkers, but Dendrian, I saw your name in chat. Or not chat, in when I was doing the reset. If you're here, I hope you are well.
Listen, this Reed character, think we can trust him? 7 years is a long time. Long enough to change a man.
Think so. You may be right. Or perhaps we can look at it another way. 7 years a sleeper. Any other agent would have walked out long ago. But not Reed.
How'd you and Somi meet?
Well, she broke into my house.
Sorry, what?
By which I mean a Militech data fortress. We mapped her signal at the very last second. They should have flatlined her, but you don't kill talented teenagers when they do stupid things. You recruit them. Give kids like her a chance to make history. Reed understood that best of all. And of course he was right.
Thinking after the crash, Militech's eyes must be glancing your way. And that gives Arasaka all the window they need.
Maybe. But for now I'm simply Schrodinger's president. Perhaps alive, perhaps dead. Both sides are certainly preparing for either outcome.
So
it seems it's business as usual.
Oh, well, I mean... Oh, I actually get this now. So he's been looking at the Rayfield to he's been window shopping. That's a nice touch. Oops.
Hey, made the right call not taking that fascist-ass oath.
Oh, yeah?
Some causes are worth pledging your life to, V. This ain't one of them.
Yeah, fuck the system, fuck Arasaka, fuck the NUSA.
Jesus Christ, V, this ain't some teenage anarchist boot camp. No, I was once a corpo jarhead, right? Practically dove into uniform head first. They had a real hard-on for the oath. Repeat after me, Blondie fucking blah. But can't remember what I solemnly pledged to do.
Sure you want to talk about this?
Gotta hand it to you, V. Wiser than I was back in the day.
So one example I'll give you in terms of making space for interpretations. With this Corpo character, if you're playing a Corpo who may have ambitions to get back into the fold at some point, which might possibly have been a little bit of a motivation that I've been running with in the back of my head, that dialogue becomes very interesting because you've got Johnny on one hand interpreting that action as not being too free with allegiances, whereas the motivation, of course, can be something different for this character. It could be that they want to keep their options open and simply not pledge allegiance to the NUSA because effectively that means pledging allegiance to an enemy.
Well, look who's awake. See that crazy color smoke? Yep. Wham bam. One of Hansen's cargo drops, no doubt. She all yours. I sure as shit ain't making that climb.
Don't want to climb, or you're not telling me something?
You think I'm finna parkour up on one leg?
Thanks for the heads up. Maybe I'll take a look.
Sure thing.
Bartmoss Collective. Wake up and wake others up. Join our collective. NetDIR, time to wake up.web. I am slightly more inclined to check out the side quests, sort of for the same reason. Oh.
V, in Dogtown, are you? Well, I've but one word of advice. Caution.
Hands? Sheesh. What's your link to this area?
This is Pacifica's bumping, thumping business hard, where the real deals are done.
So, we finally gonna meet in person?
I can say neither yes nor no. In lieu of an answer, I've new work for you. I hope you'll accept. One last thing. How you breached Dogtown's border, I'm not certain. Though I suspect not via the main gate. Irrelevant in any case. I've secured clearance for your future convenience. Your name and likeness now registered in the system, granting unfettered passage over the district threshold. Talk again soon.
Very convenient. So I'm actually going to make an effort to the smoke. Our Dogtown streets can run rather narrow, though not by European standards, mind you. You'll require a suitable vehicle, one which I happen to have arranged for you already. Collect it at your leisure. You are very welcome. Thanks. Good Fixer thinks of everything, don't they? Of course. Safe driving now.
I don't like
us at all.
Know what? You're fucked, asshole!
I thought this was mine.
So the drones don't lie, it's you. Ah, Lord, it's fake.
El Capitan, you tracking me in Dogtown?
No, not you, the car. Listen, I'll explain, but first, you gotta bring her to me. Flipping you the coins.
Ooh. You know what? I'm not gonna have a car left. Yeah, I want to do the side quest just because I'm particularly worried about... Oh, hi. Ow. This is not gonna end well for me. I also have no idea... Oh, they're down. Okay. But yeah, I'm particularly worried about, I'm a bit worried about closing out the DLC before I get to see all the sights. So it's going to be a little bit like the first time I played Cyberpunk in the sense that I'm going to try and do all the seemingly side stuff before I
Help! Please, help!
before I go too in depth.
Getting reamed! Fuck!
Yeah, not quite what I wanted to do, but you know what? Still does the trick.
Arrêtez! Continuez, Goumet! Jusqu'à la mort!
Reloading!
Ugh.
These scavengers? Huh.
We're Goumet!
I don't feel as bad about shooting them. Okay, so obviously that was brutal as hell in terms of combat, but we got through it, so... I'm not going to complain too much as far as the results are concerned. I do think it would be a good idea, though, for me to get rid of some of the surplus here. So the question is, do I want to turn it into money, or do I want to turn it into parts? I think probably parts. Okay, if you can just give me a quick second here. I'm hearing a lot of... I'm assuming you all can hear the, like the occasional chime. It's actually starting to drive me a little crazy, so my easy answer here is going to be to close out everything that isn't immediately... Why are you like this, BattleNet? Anything that isn't immediately relevant to Cyberpunk. I'm sure, like everybody with a PC, you're familiar with the problem of having about 110 different Windows or like tray entities. I'm not sure the right term, but easy way for me to clear that all out is just to close them. Okay, there's still a lot clicking around in the background, but I think I can live with that. Okay, but yeah, so the thing I want to do here, first of all, I want to examine any potential, any candidates for alternative pistols if I'm not compelled by the alternatives, and it looks like they're not enough to make me smile. I'm going to get rid of them. I'm not going to go for some machine guns because they seem to take the same ammo as the pistols. So in this case here, I'm really just comparing assault rifles, which I've sort of already done. This Ajax does about 5 points of damage, but at a somewhat steep cost. I don't know, though. I think I'm going to try and go for this Ajax, but I won't dismantle the Umbra, let's say. We'll see how it works, at least. Okay, so I have a similar dilemma here. So this one's considerably slower. Better headshot. You know what? In for a penny, in for a pound. So might hang on to a few of these assault rifles. And okay, so all of these are going to cost me on the aim down sights, which I don't like. We'll go for something light there. Locust, how you doing? I am managing. I know this is a bit different from the usual Book of Hours, but this is a pretty good game. Okay, we've got... You know what? I won't worry too much about the precision rifles right now, so let's just see... Okay, so first of all, the pistols didn't compel me, so let's get rid of those. And then I'll pick one shotgun. There's a side of me that just wants to get rid of all the submachine guns, but I'll try and reduce it down to one there. But yeah, let's just go by weapon type. So, I'm going to hang on to the sniper rifle for the simple reason that this one seems to kind of explode on contact. So, now shotguns should be all about damage. So we've got 219.46. Now I suspect a double barrel shotgun isn't going to be that comparable. One thing I do wish that they were a little more clear about was the, like the clip. I guess it's not appropriate to talk about a clip when it comes to the shotgun, but let's get rid of that one. So it looks like I only have two to compare. So this one does 219. 74. I figure if you're working with a shotgun, you're doing it for maximum damage. So we'll keep with that one. Yeah. I wish I had a little bit like nicer things to say. It's like, oh yeah, I'm doing great and all that. But I thought I was getting on top of some stuff that I had sort of been working on for a long time, and I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed again in terms of the overall workload. So, you know, I'll get back to a better equilibrium again, but at the moment, I'm sort of feeling everything kind of crowd in on me. So, but I'm trying not to let that get in the way of broadcasting. So essentially, the plan here is going to be next week we'll have one more interruption, and so this was the one that I was working with before. Next week we'll have one more interruption. So Wednesday is going to be a day off because of the local game dev meetup, which I always find to be worthwhile. So that is, and in fact, that tends to feed into the stream in the sense that I find interesting new games that I like to be able to share with everybody. But it's also just a chance. So one, I think it's good to support a local game development community. But number two, I also learn stuff during them. So, you know, it's worthwhile in a few different ways. But it does wind up falling on a streaming day, so as a result, I have to skip it. But after that, I will be much more consistent in terms of the broadcasts. I know the schedule has been Swiss cheese lately, and that just happens to be the way that the holidays have worked out. Okay, here's the way I'm going to do this. So we've got two Umbras here, so let's just split between the two Umbras, and let's go for the one with the higher damage. So in this case, this one goes away. I seem to remember the Masamune didn't really offer me a whole lot. I don't really think I liked it too much. Oh, the Sidewinder was one that I definitely didn't care for. Okay, so this is a copperhead. Okay. I really don't want to have a complete armory in my backpack. But I can't decide between these, so I think I'm going to hold off. Swiss cheese, cheddar cheese, gorgonzola. Cheese is good. Good cheese is good. It's actually been a while since I've got some cheese. Maybe this will be my new goal. Okay, so max damage is taken care of with the SOR. So these two have an attack speed of 2. Okay, so these are all SORs, so we can clear those out. All right. Now, I do want to keep the high damage knife. I currently have this machete equipped. This one, it sort of says, is better. But I figure if I'm going to have a slow weapon, I might as well hit hard. So I think I'm going to ditch this one. I definitely want a high damage, like blunt weapon. So we'll hang on to that club. And then as far as one-handed... the pun knife's actually the new one. Okay, so we can get rid of this one. No point hanging on to the axes. Okay. And I think I don't have any new clothes to equip. Now, I do apologize because I know it's been a little while since I've done some like real action and stuff like that, but I actually also kind of have to go to the bathroom. It's been about an hour and a half since I've started, so I'm going to take one more sort of break here, and then we will have a nice open road as far as gameplay is concerned. So I apologize for those of you who've just come in, but for those of you who've been here since the start, I encourage you to make a coffee, get a glass of water, get a stretch, do whatever you need. But I will be back as soon as I can. But yeah, I probably should have been a little more prepared at the start of the stream because the force is with me. But I will see you all in a little bit. All right, my apologies for the wait on that. I did decide to get myself a hot drink alongside all of that. But yeah, I appreciate you all being patient, and we have mention of SnowRunner, and we have mention of European Truck Simulator. So I haven't played too much European. Whoa, goodies. I'm actually slightly worried that I'm getting this lag again. Okay, I'm sorry to do this, but let's. I'm not going to listen to the whole introduction to Dogtown again, but we can jump in really quick. I don't mind if you lurk. I don't even think I'm allowed to say that I mind if people lurk. I think the answer to somebody who has a problem with lurking is you don't get to make that choice. I don't know. But yeah, what Locus is kind of describing is an interesting problem that sims have. So I haven't played a whole lot of old flight sims, but I remember, like, one of the things that I kind of like doing, even though I'm not a game developer, and I'm not affiliated with GOG beyond the fact that I do occasionally get a key and, recommend that you buy a game off of their site. Not that GOG is the only place for classic games, but like, it is kind of fun to look at the history of a form of entertainment. When I did it for film, it was more so for professional reasons. Just an aside, I'm waiting on the cloud sync. But for Vanguard Master, how are you doing? Well, I'll put it to you this way, Locus. It would be a bit impolite for me to be playing a key that was... So when you say GOG is the best place to shop for games, change your mind. It would be a bit impolite for me to take up the other side of that argument when GOG are the ones who have in fact given me the key here. I think it would be a little inconsistent for me to recommend that people pick up Cyberpunk and the DLC. See what I did there? Off of GOG. And then turn around and take the other side of the argument. but yeah, no, it happens. Vanguard Master also, I've gotten used to people who are less polite about it interrupting. Like I can remember a few times on stream where like I try to give a fairly thoughtful account of something, and then like basically the reply is, nah, this is what I think. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, screw me then, right? So yeah, nothing to apologize. Nothing to apologize there for. But anyways, actually, one of the things I wanted to talk about was. But yeah, anyways, needless to say, I think a case could be made. It feels like it would be quite indecent of me to do that on this stream of all things. But as with anything, choice and variety is probably the more important factor than anything else. So I should just be able to get through here, right? Yeah. Anyways, what was I talking about before? Oh yeah, simulation. So, like, when I was working in film, like, looking at the history of film is good because that, like, it's like anything, right? It's helpful to understand where, I don't know, like, for lack of a better term, where you've come from. And also sometimes, like, so here's an example, right? Like, there has been a first person, so there have been movies that work all in one take before, and some fairly famous examples of that. But there have actually been first person movies before. Like the idea of telling a story from a first person perspective is not unique to gaming. There have been movies that have tried to do this. It was an adaptation of, I think it was Raymond Chandler's Lady of the Lake. It was not a particularly successful movie, but oh, well, hello there. Oh, messed with the wrong pal. Watch out. But I can't read the rest of it. All right, well, we'll just deal with them the old-fashioned way. But yeah, so I don't know, like if you consider, oh, I didn't know that MASH did a first person episode. Definitely would have been before Lady of the Lake or Lady in the Lake would have been before MASH for sure. But best way to do is just make your own game, then no one can take it away from you. Well, yeah, so like I guess the thing here is that there is a nice it is nice to Oh, okay, that doesn't tell me anything. But what I tend to find is that like it's nice to have an idea of what's come before, and it's not necessarily because you need to have an encyclopedic knowledge. In fact, I think there's an Orson Welles clip of him talking about not watching too many movies. I'm not entirely sure I agree with his point there, but I can see some reason in saying, huh. All right, well, they're not.
Get fucked, cocksucker!
I think I might just be able to give him the slip. Like, I kind of get what he's saying. And certainly it predates sort of the 90s, like, I worked in a video store and watched everything in there kind of filmmakers. Oh, they are not going to be as easy to shake as the... really screwing this up.
Roger.
I think I'm just gonna have to get out of the car and
Dispatch, do you copy?
oh, this might wind up being a chase again. Well, maybe not. But yeah, so I guess the big thing for me is that, like, I find it helpful because seeing where people have gone before, like, sometimes you get to see some interesting ideas, sometimes you get to see some ideas that haven't quite turned out. Sometimes, sometimes you just get a good idea of, like, what can or can't be done, or maybe you get pissed off and you say, well, I'm going to show them. I'm going to show them. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. Like, I think it's kind of funny sometimes that you'll hear the small business story, right? Where somebody says, I was working at this place and they did everything wrong. So I finally got fed up and I did my own thing. And, now we're $1 billion company or whatever. Whereas, if you think about creative people doing that, I mean, like there's a certain degree of humility you want to show in the face of the work that's come before. But like sometimes I haven't really heard that many stories of, I was looking at this, these things and I was really annoyed that I guess there are some where people saying is like, there weren't any games for me or there weren't any movies for me. So I made this thing, but I actually hear it a lot less than I feel like I should. Because if you look at it, there's a lot of indie games that are coming out right now, which are just sort of like low budget versions of bigger budget games. So like I did this experiment with somebody on a chat and I said I was going to randomly go through the new releases section on Steam. And I quite literally saw basically Rocket League, but with like less quality for, a third of what Rocket League costs. And it's like, well, Rocket League isn't that expensive, right? Rocket League is in fact free. But this is a game that someone made. And I'm not quite sure what problem that's trying to solve. And then I contrast that to Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours, which, in fairness, are by very, did these guys pay me to get that game? No, they did not. But and to be fair, like it's not fair for me to contrast it to Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours, because I think it is fair to say Weather Factory are uniquely talented game developers, right? It may not be your cup of tea, but it's very hard to deny that this is a developer with a fairly consistent track record of making something that leaves people. I'm thinking like 1/3 of the original price for Rocket League. Also, 1/3 of zero is not negative. But I should have specified probably the mix in terms of the measures that I was using. Your calculator's not with you. Okay, I'll not accept that, but I'll just move over. 1/3 of your bank balance is negative. Okay, that I can believe. But anyways, so sorry. I didn't want to pause Cyberpunk for this rant, but I might as well go through it now. I'll see if I can grab that item without getting beat up. A lot of clothes. Are you sure El Capitan's gonna still want this vehicle? But yeah, I don't know. Like, the other thing that I kind of see as valuable in terms of like getting familiar with some of the history of these things is that, on one hand, I see some value in maybe realizing what people have done before, because what might seem like a new idea is in fact something that's already been tried. And again, it's not that you should just be seeking novelty for novelty's sake, but again, I think particularly in the early days of something, I'm thinking games in this case, like if you contrast gaming in like, I don't know, 70s, 80s, maybe early 90s. Early 90s might be a little generous there, but like you kind of see this point where it's actually a bit difficult to categorize games. Like now it's fairly easy to put things into genres. If you go and look at the new releases on Steam, and the reason why I'm prioritizing Steam here is just because of the number of new games that are coming on. GOG has kind of a curation system, so you're not going to quite get the churn in terms of the new games being released. But despite the fact that there's a very large number of games being released, it's actually there are not a lot of challenges in terms of being able to classify what they are. And yet, if you take a look at the old days for games,
What shit for brains gonk called this a proper ignition? Fucking you.
there are definitely video games being made in the 70s.
V, you scan this motherfucker? Gonked again. Preem looking, but useless. At least with you, it's the other way around.
Wait, what?
Ah, relax. Just teasing, man. Anyway, come on. If I wanted my dick wet, I wouldn't stand out in the rain.
This one's stolen, too.
Stolen? Oh, V, you're breaking my heart.
Give it to me straight, Cap. The wheels. What's your scheme?
Got a need for speed, huh? Yeah, me too. But first, I'm not gonna hit you. The car you brought's looking a little worse for wear. Every scratch is a loss, you feel me? 2, I'm selling them. 3, Dogtown's full of chances, and chances are what I like. 4, You called it a scheme? Man, I prefer to call it a creative license.
Wanted to ask about those speed bumps I ran into.
6th Street? Just a little biz disagreement. Better get used to bumps like that if you want to work with me.
Like to call things by their names, Captain. Your squirmy song and dance won't work on me.
All right, chill. We don't gotta like each other. Just gotta rake in the eddies. Listen, I got like a gift. A 6th sense. I can tell when a ride's bored. Needs a change of hands. Sometimes I hear him calling over in Dogtown. Sometimes in Night City.
Right. And this 6th sense tells you to tell me to bring him to this chop shop?
Ooh, chop shop. Please. But, yeah, you rein in the wheels, you rake in the heads. Of course, it's all part of a larger plan. Well. Picked up a tail, huh?
Nah, don't think so.
Relax, we're in my hood. Let's see what they want.
NCPD assholes. You got a license and a reg for them ugly mugs?
I don't fucking believe this. Daniels, the fuck, man? You take a fucking squad car to pick up a klept ride? In uniform?
Not the only one on his home turf, Mama. Hey, nab a Vilfort Alvarado for the top brass, too. I'll get the gear for our little plan.
Hold the phone. El Cap handing out bribes? I'm shocked. Shocked. There an honest couple left in this city?
There is. But they lay low. Don't got that fire in their eyes, you know?
Prim, thanks for the cred. Cars, deeds, and dogs are on their way. You see? It's just biz. Come on, rain stopped. Okay, you just met one of our clients. So? In on the gig?
What's this plan you and Daniels mentioned?
You drive for me, and you find out. In due time. So, you taking the gig or not?
Always driving somewhere. Might as well pick up some scratch on the way. You gonna make it worth my while?
Come on, man. With El Capitan, your future's looking bright. I fix you your gigs, your fancy payouts, nothing but upsides.
Counting on it.
Sure. Let's see what tomorrow brings. El Capitan will be en contacto.
Vehicle contracts. Mumar will now send you coordinates for nearby vehicle contracts. These are marked with the vehicle icon. Once you have the target vehicle, the fixer will tell you where to deliver it. In order to complete the delivery, you'll need to lose all pursuers first, and don't hesitate to accept the contract. The vehicle will disappear if you wait too long. But if that does happen, Mumar will send another contract after some time has passed. Okay. Puts me on a little bit of a... it's a little bit of a wrinkle in terms of the overall plan that I have. But anyways, I want to read about the FIA and Rosalind Myers, and then I will pick up on the topic I left off on. So I'm building too much of a scaffolding for a point I was wanting to make earlier about SnowRunner and European Truck Simulator. Back in the land of the living. James Songbird was the price to pay. I think she really kicked the bucket. My gut tells me this fiasco is nothing but a small setback, although my nose did catch the unmistakable whiff of a runner's deep-fried gray matter. Now all that's left is surviving NC's most twisted district while babysitting Madame Prez herself. Shit, V. Take on a simpler gig next time, would you? The FIA, Federal Intelligence Agency. The Federal Intelligence Agency was established in 2006 after the dissolution of the NSA and the CIA, both of which were implicated in organizing a conspiracy to overthrow the U.S. government. In theory, it was supposed to take over and join their functions, but in practice, it remained an underfunded institution of marginal importance for almost half a century. This all changed after the ratification of the NUSA Constitution in 2053. The FIA was granted extensive powers and privileges, and a huge budget made it possible to recruit a veritable army of secret informants and equip them with state-of-the-art technology. Since 2065, when Rosalind Myers became the NUS president, the FIA has steadily grown in strength. The active participation of agents in the course of the Unification War has become an open secret. After the war ended, the FIA's involvement in direct military action was greatly reduced in favor of data acquisition and analysis. FIA agents now conduct intelligence operations around the world, loyally and discreetly pursuing the NUSA's political objectives. Weekly reports that President Myers receives from the FIA's leadership provide her with invaluable knowledge of the plans and actions of foreign governments and multinational corporations, and even a few influential private individuals. Skeptics say that the FIA serves Myers mainly as a secret weapon in her political games against Militech. The reality, only the FIA knows. Rosalind Myers, the incumbent president of the United States of America, new United States of America. Myers was born into a wealthy and influential East Coast family, said to be descendants of the first English settlers aboard the Mayflower. She began her political career in the U.S. Marine Corps. Her patriotism, courage on the battlefield, obedience, and discipline paved the way for her rapid promotion and brought her to the attention of Militech's top brass. After the death of the corporation's CEO, Donald Lundy, it was Myers who succeeded him. There are conflicting opinions about Myers' reign as president of the corporation. Her reformist zeal earned her more opponents than supporters. Without waiting for an official vote of no confidence, Myers tendered her honorary resignation as CEO, justifying the decision with her intention to run for the office of the president of the NUSA. She won the election, becoming the second in the brief history of the New States woman in the Oval Office. She ended her first term with a bang with the Unification War in 2069 to reunite all the states. Despite military support from Militech, Myers had to withdraw NUSA troops from California. Her shattered expansionist dreams apparently didn't deter Myers in the slightest, nor have they damaged her popularity as she went on to win 2 subsequent elections and is now gearing up for a 4th term. Obviously, a significant change from the current Constitution. Although as a politician, Myers appears in her element, those close to her know that she misses her time in the Marines. That's not to say the NUSA's president's life is devoid of excitement. Repeated assassination attempts confirm that a dead Myers would be more valuable to some political factions than the status quo. Yet, for the time being, the greatest danger to the president's life remains her long-standing nicotine addiction. Okay, so I don't want to do the restaurant. Right, killing in the name. Oh, interesting. Some of these aren't actually... Okay, so this isn't Phantom Liberty. I'll do it anyway, but... Although maybe I should actually read the... I'm curious about the Swedenborg Rivera. To write that kind of nonsense, you've got to have a good head. Humanity is nothing but a pyramid scheme hidden behind a facade of tears. Well, fuck me. What's that guy on? Where can I get some? Nice. Okay, I wasn't exactly planning on using this one, but let's see how it goes. Okay, so I do see basically the point I was trying to make is that I do see some value in looking at the history of something, and for me it's kind of just so I can talk a bit more about games, and I write articles, so sometimes it's nice to take a look at some background information. You know what? As much as I like this vehicle... Oh.
V, got a job for you. My client had a shitload of beta acid stolen. What's beta acid, you might wonder? Fuck if I know. But it's worth a lot, and our client wants it back. That's where you come in. Iron at the ready. More info attached.
All right, search and recover, retrieve a container containing beta acid. Do drop in. This ain't too complicated. You know the drill. Something slipped through somebody's fingers, and it's your job to get it back. Got this tune, Denver Doug, a ripper. Recently did this patch job on a 6th Street dickhole, and when he took off, Denver noticed a gallon of beta acid gone missing. Don't know what DF he uses it for, but that Sixer knows all kinds of shit and can get cooked from it on the street. 1 + 1 = dealer klept it. So Denver hired a guy, Booker Updike to find the missing acid, and then poof, he's a ghost. Last seen at the Dewdrop Inn in Arroyo. Head over there, get your hands on that beta, and if you got a minute, find out what happened to that Booker guy.
Excuse me?
Oh, my bad. Kinda spaced out. Welcome to the Dewdrop Inn, where every day begins with a smile.
Was supposed to meet someone here. Name's Booker Updike.
Okay.
Well, is he here?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just filling in for my Tomb BFF. She's under the knife today.
Anything available short notice?
One sec. Checking. Oh, yeah. Got one on the ground floor. That okay?
Have to think on it.
Sure. Need anything? I'm here.
Ahoy, sea dogs! Set sail for flavor with Capitan Caliente's world-famous tacos.
All right. 2 1Cs, a 7A, and a 55. Okay, but yeah, and I mean the other thing that's worth saying is like sometimes it's just fun to to check out some old stuff. Okay.
Is your local latest. NCPD has
What? Another problem?
Didn't even notice. Guest list: Gareth Wilkins, 102 vacant, 103 Booker Updike, 104 Candace Walker, 105 Isabella Nunez. We have a deal. Keegan Voigt, Rodrigo is cool. Done. 5% is yours. We'll bring in the equipment tomorrow night. Don't forget to tell your cleaning staff to keep their mouths shut. We'll be here a month or two because it's no good to stay at any one place too long anyway. When we're done, you renovate the room. It's like we were never here. I'll even leave you a 5-star glowing review as a little bonus. Conditions. Okay, we do it like this. You can use room 203 upstairs. Oops. Oh, that's a nice touch. Ah. And this isn't a precision rifle, huh? Okay. Take a second to make sure we've cleared out the... Okay. Okay, we do it like this. You can use room 203 upstairs, take the equipment in there. The previous guest lived like a goddamn rabid hog in there, so I can't rent it in its current condition anyway. But I do have some conditions. 1, you don't sell your product to other motel guests. 2, no gunfire on the premises. And 3, my cut's 5% for each deal. Complaint, Vikram Dixit. Good morning. I realize the Dewdrop Inn is a budget motel, and I have tried to keep my expectations of it in check. But what I found here lies well below the bar I had already set. Constant noise from the second floor keeps me up all night. Fumes in the hallway scratch my throat and burn my eyes, and junkies are loitering around the parking lot from dawn till dusk. I've been patient. I've tried to be understanding, but it's gotten to the point where I must demand a refund. Reimburse me in full, or you will be hearing from my lawyer. Okay, happy to get the guest access token, but I have a feeling that I'm not going to need it. Get high at home these days when the police have so much more to worry about than whether the kids are smoking special cigarettes. When designer drugs can be bought and sold on any corner, we say back to the basics. Why line producers and dealers' pockets when you can make your own concoctions in the comfort of your own garage? In the following chapters, we'll give you quick, easy-to-follow recipes for your favorite boosters. It's fun. Okay. Yeah, so I want to change the assault rifle. I don't think I can quite justify another gun like that. Okay, what about the Ajax? Yep, I can work with that. So unless I can find a way to get that maintenance guy back, I don't actually think there's a way for me to get into room 103 anymore. Oh.
Ugh, not a looker. Might even be worse than your place.
Uh-huh. Gonna puke?
Smell that, right? The ventilation.
Vapors from the room upstairs.
Wait, is that... Ah, neoamphetamine.
Mean to tell me you can pin the exact drug from just a whiff? Like a police dog or what?
I'd say more like a sommelier.
Suffocated, looks like. Probably in his sleep.
A peaceful death at this town? Guy won the jackpot.
Time to look upstairs. Got a feeling our Ripper's supplies up there. Somewhere close to a vent.
Okay. But yeah, so I mean, again, whether you do it out of curiosity, whether you want to sort of understand sort of the history of where some of the stuff you like comes from, it's sometimes neat, even if you don't wind up playing the games, to just kind of take a look at what's come before. And one example I actually like thinking about a lot is the question of the flight simulator, because it sort of feels like around maybe late 80s, definitely around the 90s, flight simulators were a pretty big thing. And then it sort of feels like that genre went away. And I have a bit of a theory here that one of the things that caused that was that as realism kept going, because like if you think about it, right, on a technological argument, if this thing is popular around the 90s, then presumably it should get more, even more popular as time goes by, because, with games like Quake and things like that, the rendering capabilities are moving up. The hardware is accelerating to keep up with those kinds of demands. And you would imagine that people are really excited about the possibility of seeing even more realism come into the games. And yet that doesn't seem to be what happened. And again, I don't know how much of a basis in history this has, but I actually think there's a fairly reasonable argument to be made that realism is one of the things that actually created a problem for flight simulators, because you know, shooting a gun in Cyberpunk is absolutely nothing like shooting a gun in real life, right? And take any first-person shooter. You know, the guns are going to be unrealistic. You know, you can have things like Arma, which make an attempt to simulate some aspects of it. So, like, for instance, if you've been sprinting for a really long time in Arma, and then you try and fire your weapon, you know, you are simply not going to be aiming the same as, you know, as if you've just sort of been prone and sort of tracking your target for a while, and then you do the shot. But it's, you know, there are just certain things that are not going to be communicated or simulated well in the context of playing a video game. And for the most part, people don't want it. They might say that they want realism, but what we usually want are the fun bits. So as the capability, so essentially the technological restrictions of the flight simulator create a situation where you need to pick what is essential to the flying experience in order to be able to you know, make a game that people want to play. And as the capabilities of computers get better, you know, you can do more, but the result of that seems to be a game. Is it A10 Warthog? I can't remember what it is, but I remember there was like a free-to-play flight simulator I saw, and it didn't just have like an entire keyboard of keys to press, but it had like key combinations. You had like 3 different keyboards that you would use for all the different functions of the plane. So it's one of these things where like you have a level of complexity of like a simulator like Command Modern Operations for your flight sim. And there are people who absolutely love games of that type. But I think it would be fair to say that that is a much more specialized audience than, say, the sort of person who would maybe sit back and play sort of those old wireframe style flight simulators, where what they want to do is just sort of sit down and have the fantasy of flying a plane, whether it's, you know, in World War II or something like Microsoft Flight Simulator. Now, some of the promise does seem to be realized in the sense of, you know, the return of Microsoft Flight Simulator, which is, you know, using satellite data and so on and so forth. So that isn't to sort of suggest that it's gone. In fact, it seems that variations of sims are kind of coming back. You got PC Building Simulator, you've got Farming Simulator, so on and so forth. But I think it would be fair to say there was a bit of a sim winter for a while. And I would argue that the more successful sims are usually ones that, again, have a certain degree of abstraction rather than an overbearing amount of detail. So just to bring it back to Locus's point in terms of trying to get into Euro Truck Simulator, I suspect that there's probably a little bit of a dividing line that gets drawn where a game kind of needs to pick where it's on in terms of the realism spectrum as to whether or not you can get that investment from the audience. I spent a little bit of time in Euro Truck Simulator. It's mostly I haven't had the time to like really sink into it as opposed to disliking it, but my understanding of like Snow Runner is that it is a sim, but it's definitely not like, it's not going into preposterous detail. And again, like, I could be completely off base in terms of this idea of realism with the flight sims, but I do, like, what I try and do where I can is I can have a hypothesis about something, right? You know, it's like, hey, why don't I see, or, you know, there's an observation, you know, hey, why don't you see more of X, Y, or Z anymore? And it's like, well, number one, you know, you try and get some data to figure out whether or not it is actually the case that you don't see X, Y, or Z anymore, right? Like, sometimes just because you don't see something... Just because, like, you don't see it doesn't mean... Doesn't necessarily mean that it's gone away. It could just mean that it's not present in sort of your circles. I'd rather not have the place blow up. Well, there you go. But, you know, after that, you observe certain things in the world, and then you say, okay, so why am I seeing what I'm seeing here? And for me, sort of the realism side of it was the best I could kind of come up with at the time. Archive conversation, Keenan and Bolt. Okay, got the sig from Josh. Klept a drum of beta acid, on his way now. Finally, okay, I'm prepping the gear. How many does that get us? Couple hundo? Preem. By the way, got some new masks. Old ones are probably bust because I'm getting dizzy. Trust me, we do not want to breathe in those fumes. You got it. You've had that discussion about Paradox games. They're attempting to change the target audience from super nuanced, highly complex, system-focused to more Sims-like audience. The former market is dedicated and small, while the latter is less sophisticated and demanding, but larger. Yeah, that's actually an interesting take on it, Eric Abu, because one thing I do know is true, and I'll be honest with you, I've not played a Paradox game for some time now. I think because this isn't a Paradox game and because there's been a little bit of distance on it. So what happened with Paradox was there used to be a dedicated Monday day for Paradox because I felt like we had a reasonably good relationship in terms of coverage. And unfortunately, what happened with the Stellaris deals, there seemed to be a change in terms of the... there seemed to be kind of a change in terms of the overall rules that they had for keys. So there's a few events that kind of happened in a row that really turned me off them. So number one, there's the change in terms of how they're doing the keys, and I noticed that the requirements kept going up and up. So it's like, okay, well, the writing's on the wall. They might cut me loose in terms of that. But generally what would happen, I would sort of email them and say, okay, so here's the deal, I'm interested in covering this. I've covered this in the case of Stellaris, since before release. I'd like to continue covering the game. At the moment, my concurrent viewers don't meet the requirements of the program. However, if it's in line with your, with your promotional strategies for the game, I would very much be interested in continuing to cover it. And generally that would be okay. There's two kind of big moments that soured me on that, though. So I want to be kind of careful on names, and it's actually partly because of what I've heard from other streamers who are actually kind of like name streamers. But there's somebody who is kind of going out. So there are a few individual names that I knew either at Paradox or affiliated with the company that they would do outreach with. And I remember this is somebody who I'd actually individually reached out to, and this is actually not that long after Imperator Rome, which was not a successful release. But as is my usual thing, right? Like, I don't take a key and just do it once. I take a key and I do a solid single, like a solid session with it, which will usually take a couple of months. And that's kind of the whole deal, right? Is that I'm going to be around with a game long after the initial burst has come in. So it's sort of the long tail thing. That's kind of the value proposition that I can offer in terms of coverage. And, that was hard with Imperator because everybody seemed to hate that game and very few people watched it. And I'm sort of thinking to myself, it's like, okay, so you have a standard in terms of a certain number of concurrent viewers. It is specifically because I am covering this unpopular game that you're doing, because I committed to doing that, that those numbers are going down. And again, I'm not a big streamer by any stretch of the imagination. This seems a little inconsistent here, but, fair enough. Again, I don't want to say they're doing me a favor, right? There is an exchange of what's going on, but it's not my business to tell them how to promote their games. I was here. I was here if they were interested, would be the right way of putting it. And I remember very specifically somebody who I communicated with in the past, and they did this whole like Twitter thread of like, it's so easy to reach out for keys, just do X, Y, or Z. And what had happened was for a game which I don't want to say what game it was just in case it identifies the person, but this was one that I was fairly certain would be an obvious case, just because like you could probably measure the amount of streaming that I did in this in terms of months. And I reached out and I said, hey, thank you for the thread. Just wanted to let you know, I've actually seemed to have done these things and I have yet to hear a reply. Is there something else that I should be doing here? Absolute silence. Still no reply from those emails, no reply to that tweet. And this is one of the things that actually does kind of turn me off of the influencer managers and such, which is it's really easy to like write the thread of, oh, it's so easy to do X, Y, or Z, if only you just made my job easier for you. But, if you're going to do advice like that and then like ghost people when there is an earnest question, maybe don't put out advice like that. Because it definitely left me feeling a little unhappy, right? Like so far as I can tell, I didn't break embargoes. I didn't say anything racist on stream. I've tried as much as I can to be respectful of the keys that I've been given. But, again, it's absolute crickets from this individual. And then the Stellaris thing happened. And again, similar, because it was a different individual in that case. Did what I normally do, say, hey, don't currently meet the requirements on this site that you're running here. I've been streaming this game for a few years. I would love to continue doing that. If it meets your plans for promotion, just let me know. And I think I've actually started adding on these, if it doesn't, if you could just let me know so I don't, bother you in future, it will help me plan my own schedule. And I got a reply from this person, yeah, not a problem, message me after the DLC is released, and I'll make sure you get a code. So I do that. And I don't get a reply. I send a second message, I think like 2 days afterwards. Hey, I'm just following up on the instruction to message you after it. Please let me know if something's changed. And this is like kind of the day before I'm getting ready to stream this thing. I think I even sent a third one, which is just saying like, please let me know if something has changed. I actually need to find a replacement otherwise. And again, didn't hear anything. So I was actually kind of scrambling to get an alternative. As it happens, that was around the time that Brace Yourself reached out for Industries of Titan, so I was very happy with that. But yeah, it's actually very hard for me to say that I feel good about streaming Paradox stuff now. And it's not the fact that I don't get keys, because I've heard no before. It is the fact that I have tried to do the best that I can with the keys that I've been given. And I will be honest, I don't feel very good about people that you have an existing relationship with and them just sort of falling off the face of the earth. But it might be, that they have negative experiences with other broadcasters if they say no, so they're trying to avoid that. That I think is kind of unfriendly, but kind of understandable. So it's not a policy I would necessarily want. Don't mind me. But yeah, like it's one of these things that I can sort of understand even if I wouldn't necessarily support myself. But the whole saying one thing and then like not following up, kind of leaving it for someone to read the tea leaves that they're on the outs. That doesn't feel very good. And that is the reason I don't cover their stuff anymore. And it like, so I was going to say originally it was a shame because I quite like Harebrained Schemes and I like their games and they were acquired by Paradox, but it looks like basically Paradox fired most of Harebrained Schemes a little bit before Lamplighters League came out. And that really sucks. But in any case, what I was going to say in terms of the shift with Paradox, for the longest time I felt that their grand strategy stuff, the aim was not to lower the complexity but to improve the user interface with it. But the problem is that I'm not in a very good place to talk about what the quality of the games are, simply because I haven't been playing them, and I simply have other stuff that I enjoy and want to play. And like I said, it doesn't have to be about me getting keys. It definitely has something to do with the way you treat the people that you work with, and that was the kind of the big problem I had with it. So probably a longer rant than people wanted or needed to know, but that's a little bit of background, and I feel safe enough on that because there's not enough overlap with the Cyberpunk crew and the Paradox group. Yeah, that was the big thing for me, Starbright. So like the thing to note in that story is that I definitely had a couple of points of friction before, but you'll notice that I still tried to maintain the relationship. It is specifically the telling me to email after release and then not following up after that, where I'm like, you know what, this is a level of disrespect that I feel is disproportionate to, to what's actually happened, right? Like, I'm not entirely sure what I did to justify that. A simple no at the time would have been sufficient, but yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? I am lucky enough that I have enough things to carry on. There is actually one other publisher that's happened with, but I'm not going to say who it is. I feel a little bit better about saying the Paradox stuff just because I have noticed, specifically I'm responding to Eric Abu's 33's comment here, but I have noticed a few people over the past couple of years have sort of talked about how Paradox seems to have changed and not necessarily for the better. And to me, this is just sort of the natural progression, You figure it out at differing times, and as with anything, right? Some people will like the new thing. Some people will do well under the new system. Obviously, I don't. And I'll admit, my general rule for stuff like that is, it's a tough one when I was really worried that guy shot himself. It does get tough when I've requested a key and somebody says no, because to a certain extent I don't necessarily want to give away a thing of value. But I'm not, going to declare some kind of an oath of enmity because somebody said no, right? Like a request is just that, a request. It's not an obligation. But in the case of a company like Paradox and the experience I had with them, it's a really easy decision for me. Like, essentially, to cover something from them again, I would expect payment. Fair enough, Vanguard. I mean, obviously, you want to kind of be careful about your own reputation, but obviously you don't need me to babysit you. I think you can make your own decisions about what the right thing to do there is. Well, it's kind of funny, actually. I notice a lot of people kind of have their different dividing line, or like their different red lines when it comes to DLC. I don't really know. I do know the price for the DLC has gone up. I don't really know what the right price is for anything. Because like oh god, what do they call it? The New Frontiers pack for Civilization was quite expensive, but it was also quite good. So it's really hard to say, like, either in frequency or price what's too much. But again, like, there is always the question in terms of what the market will bear, for sure. But yeah, I mean, again, I certainly feel no need to like try and deputize my audience into some sort of like grudge with with a publisher or anything. Like, it's really just, I think one of the things I do feel a little conscious about is that every once in a while people will ask, like, what happened to X, Y, or Z. And I don't know if that happened. Sorry. Take part in a clash of musical universes. Live on Earth only happens once every 1,000,000 years. Mr. Kipper and Private Press on set for 99.9 Impulse. Club Riot Night City by invitation only. Proudly sponsored by Orbital Air. Can't wait. I have no idea what that... This message was automatically generated. Please do not reply. Attention NCPD subcon suspected organized crime activity reported by Hargreave Street. APB out for Darius Miles, wanted for murder. Pert belongs to 6th Street gang and leads one of his drug manufacturing rings. The city has promised a reward for terminating the threat from Miles and his drug cell. Yeah, so here's the thing. I would be very surprised if Creative Assembly came out and said, because we've had an unsuccessful title, we're going to raise the price for everything earlier. Whether or not people feel that it is appropriate for a developer to raise the prices of their games after release, this is a trick. Like, again, it's like any pricing problem. Like, in the end, clearly the easiest answer you can give to this stuff is that, you know, consumers are going to hate price increases and producers are going to like it. All right, well, I'm screwed. Why am I not using my abilities? Probably shouldn't be going that close to the explosives, but...
Remember to take cover!
I had no idea those guys were there, and I don't have any health. Darn it. But I'll be honest with you, like, I don't necessarily think it's wrong for a developer to raise their prices after release, because it is also true that generally the worst version of a game that people will get is the release version. It's kind of an expectation now that developers will have some kind of post-release support for their games. And then, of course, again, it kind of comes down to the question of what the market will bear, particularly because some developers do rely on their back catalog for, for the money to finance both continued support of their games, but also the development of new ones. The expectation of their employees and contractors will be to be paid in 2023 dollars. Now, the fact of the matter is that, like, when I go and buy vegetables at the grocery store, I'm not thinking about the plight of the farmer. I'm thinking about whether or not carrots are expensive. Darn it. But again, I kind of see price increases like that as just a part of a natural, kind of a natural cycle, right? Like, I kind of feel that these things sort of work themselves out over time. But on the other hand, like, people want to make sure that they're getting value for what they're buying. So, for instance, like, if Nintendo raises the price on like a Zelda game, people are still gonna pay that because that's like a really unique and well done game, right? Like, if you think about like the reissues, like the Switch Online plan or whatever it's called, and how you can play like old Game Boy or NES games on that system. The price that you pay is, inflation adjusted, probably higher than what maybe not higher, but definitely like if you try and work out the correction, you might say that the game is overpriced relative to, what it would cost you after adjusting for inflation and so on and so forth. But on the other hand, I also think that most people probably aren't thinking about that when they buy and play those games. I think they're actually quite happy with what they're playing and with what they're getting. So that's why you don't see those complaints. The only thing I can say, right, is that if you don't feel like you're getting the value for what you pay for, then perhaps don't buy from that provider, right? I do see that there's some comments in chat, but if I spend too much time looking at chat, then we do a repeat of the first round on this firefight, so... Might as well use the pistol if I'm...
We're fucking screwed!
Okay, tell you what, I got a couple of things. So, more opinions about Paradox here. Paradox DLC strategy used to be a long-term project. If you bought a game like CK2 or HOI4, then you would play it 5 or 8 years. They would add DLC or 2 each year. And while they were expensive, the idea wasn't that you would buy them all at once, but you would add them over time, spreading the cost out over time while adding complexity to the worlds you were playing in. You like that. Canadian people have it rough, being paid in Monopoly money. I was just talking to a partner about it today, since you're planning on doing the same as you add more content, but a game like that is finished, like Rome 1, for example, shouldn't be going up to offset. Yeah, I mean, like, again, it's about what the market will bear. Like, if, you may say that Rome 1 shouldn't go up in price, but essentially what's being claimed there if you say that Rome 1 shouldn't be going up in price? Because essentially the dollars that you are buying Rome 1 in are 2023 dollars, and Rome 1, I don't know when that was released, but that it's an older game. Effectively, what that's saying for a game developer is that game developers implicitly should be lowering the price in real dollars over time, right? Because your rent is going to be paid in current dollars. Your grocery bill, your employees, everything is going to be paid in, current day dollars, not inflation adjusted dollars. And it seems to me that that's the reason we have markets, right? If you charge too much for your thing, fewer people buy it. And if you charge too little, you leave money on the table, and perhaps you will want to raise the price. So this is why, on principle, I actually find it hard to condemn the practice of raising the price for old games. Now, what I will say is that not every game justifies a price increase. So if you're Deer Hunter, right? This was the sort of thing that you would maybe find in like a discount bin in a supermarket. A supermarket with an electronics section. That's probably not going to sustain price increases over time. But if you're, Metroid, if you are, Rome 1, if you're sort of a flagship title that has the kind of staying power of a classic, I actually do think that that it bears those price increases, because those are, higher quality games. If anything, they were probably good deals at the time that they were released. But again, regardless of my opinions on that, I think the easy thing that I can sort of say is the market is the mechanism through which the correctness of the price is determined. So in the end, I do find it a little hard to kind of get up in arms about it. But now, again, whether or not it should offset a title doing poorly, like, to me, I just see that unrelated to the underlying value of the game, and so I would question the wisdom of such a choice. So that condition on it. But again, I would be I'd be interested in reading the press release, because I would be shocked if they did actually say, because our old titles are not selling well, we're raising the price. That strikes me as the sort of thing as the editorial that gets added into a lot of news coverage for games. But if I'm wrong on that, I'd be interested in seeing it, because that would be certainly a breath of fresh air when it comes to press releases. Yeah, well, Nintendo doesn't have to, because they don't discount their games. That's essentially the deal that they have, is that they make very valuable, high quality game. Like when everybody sort of says, oh, all developers should have the time that the Tears of the Kingdom team had. It's like, well, Zelda's kind of like the crown jewels at Nintendo. Of course they're going to have the time for that, and they're releasing a game that they fully expect people years from now to be spending full price. So like, I never played what was the one before it, Breath of the Wild. So I finally got a Switch, and I bought Breath of the Wild, and I paid what I paid what the people paid on release for it. There's no discount for that. So yeah, I mean, that's essentially where it goes through.
Nothing like the taste of lead in the morning. Like him!
I think I'm going to start short-circuiting too.
Mark on visual! Oh, we're fucking screwed!
I wonder if I hit the optics on the driver, if that does anything. No, no, it does not.
We don't play nice with traitors.
We got soldiers down.
You guys are always so hard to deal with because of the cyberware. It's usually volume deals with
Watch out! Here I come.
Oh, this is a mistake.
We got soldiers down. Retreat!
Okay, survived it. Yeah, well, see, this is the thing. So I've actually written about this a couple of times, Locus 101. So you're right. Like so actually, I wanted to kind of deal with this in the productivity article, except for the fact that it was already very, very long. So I kind of need to pick my battles in terms of topics that I want to cover. But I think that the productivity problem might be more severe for independents. But I don't think it's absent from the AAA space, essentially for what you're talking about. Like the prices for the top end of gaming keep going up. but it's kind of hard. I realize that when you talk about quality, some people think that that's like, you know, a subjective topic that can never be quantified. I'm maybe not so convinced by that. I think you could probably make an effort at least approximating quality. But one way or the other, I think it would be fair to say that it is tough to... it's tough to say that the increase in quality is commensurate with the costs of development, especially when you factor in the fact that the tools of developing games have lowered in price and have increased in quality. So you have more people, you have better tools, and so if the costs of development are going up and the quality isn't going up at a rate equivalent to the cost, particularly when the quality of the tools are going up, probably means that as a whole, we're seeing a reduction in productivity. At the very least, we are seeing a slowdown in it, if not a regression. And as you point out, so there's definitely been a big sticking point. In fact, when I looked into this, until recently, the last real price increase for AAA games, I believe, was The Elder Scrolls Oblivion. And effectively what had changed was what was effectively happening was the pricing model was that you would see DLC being released. And whether or not it was microtransactions or that, because there is also the idea of the live service game, but essentially DLC was sort of the implicit price increase. So like to get the full experience of the AAA game, you sort of have, when I say full experience, I mean like I love everything about Mass Effect and I want to get all of it. Effectively what you would be doing is you would be paying for Mass Effect and all of the DLC or some kind of deluxe edition or something like that. Doesn't mean that people who get like Mass Effect without the DLC are not getting Mass Effect. It just means that they are getting less of what's available. And if you want to kind of play everything that's associated with that game, you know, you pay a higher price. And then the idea is like when you get the big bundle of things, you're getting a discount either for the bundling or because you're buying it later at time. So that worked for a while. But I mean, again, if the last time that you like, if the standard has been set around the time of Elder Scrolls 4, you know, prices have kept going up. And again, for a while, you have a larger gaming audience, and you have, you know, again, if you have productivity increases, you know, the games are getting better, and you know, and you know, more people are buying, or you're paying less to make them. But I mean, clearly, people are paying more for them. That's as clear from the court filings and some of the lawsuits that have been going on lately.
Hey, Judy, what's up?
V, can you come over stat?
Something happened?
Yeah. Just come.
So, V, the beta asset's secure? Padrissimo. And I'm putting you down for 10 bonus points for solving the mystery of Booker's fate. It's clean work, V. Contract's closed. Gratitude's on the way.
So there's a few different ways that can be solved. You have so again, my big like the heaven answer, and it's easier said than done in some cases, is productivity. So productivity, effectively, the easiest definition I can come up with in terms of productivity is being able to do more with the same or less. So effectively, if you're in a situation where, you know, you need 10 employees to be able to make a certain kind of game, and so this is the example that people usually think about, and this is the one that people don't like, right? It takes 10 people to make a game, and then you find a better way of doing something. So instead now you, okay, you know what? I'll go to Judy's apartment even though I don't really want to, but it sounded urgent, so I'll do that. But we are going to go back to Phantom Liberty pretty soon. But yeah, so essentially what people think about, right, is like, okay, so you fire one person and that's your productivity increase. And I say, well, if you do that, that's actually communicating a lack of imagination, because essentially what you have shown is that whoever comes up with that productivity enhancement now knows that their job's potentially on the line. So you've disincentivized them to seek out more. And essentially you're limiting yourself to making the same kind of game over and over again. Instead, what you should do is you should look at a productivity increase like that, and you should say, this is awesome. Now we can start looking at that stuff that we thought was out of scope for our game. Make a better game, basically make a bigger one, and then you can command a higher price for the game that you make. And again, your cost should be the same, because by definition we've said that, you know, productivity improvement is the kinds of improvement that allow you to make a better game or a bigger game with the same resources. And this can be as easy as like, oh hey, I found a really cool trick in Unreal that just saved us a few hours of work, or you know, we've got a really, you know, we've got a better messaging system, right? Like the teams are really working in lockstep now. So we're able to just have this near instantaneous transfer of, you know, of assets and ideas between, you know, the art department and the programmers, let's say. I mean, like programmers and art, sometimes these aren't necessarily going to have overlap, but, you know, let's say there's a technical side of things where like you're able to communicate a certain budget for, you know, for resources or whatever. All of these things count in terms of saving time, in terms of, you know, person hours. There's lots of different ways that these can be realized. Now, Placide, watch your back. Sorry, ma'am. Now, in the case of the high end of gaming, what it kind of seems to have been is that there is there's certainly that demand for spectacle, and essentially both companies are sort of throwing money at the problem, trying to make, you know, the even bigger version of the previous one. A really interesting series to look at for this, by the way, is Call of Duty, because if you look at the estimated budgets for a lot of the Call of Duty games, you don't necessarily see them always going up, which fascinates me. It makes me wonder if there's an inaccuracy in terms of the reporting, or if there's something else going on there. I'm not a Call of Duty fan, incidentally, but again, like when I'm talking about one topic, I can still recognize I can still sort of recognize what's going on as it relates to topics I'm interested in. But again, right, like, as I sort of said, sometimes this is a question of a lack of imagination. Like, if you feel the way that you can sort of achieve dominance in a marketplace is essentially by outspending your competition, I can see why that's appealing to a company like Sony or like Microsoft. But the catch is that you have these situations like Far Cry 3, making the game that they want, realizing they have budget left over, and so like throwing a bunch of Skrillex songs in the game just because in the end the managers expect the money to be spent. Now I'm not entirely sure what's the deal with No Easy Way Out from Coach Fred. Hey, been following your track record and gotta say I'm impressed with your boxing. Got a small side gig if you're interested. It's about my chum Aaron, class boxer like yourself. Boy needs some help. Talk to him, would you? Thanks, Fred. See what I can do. Preem, promise the boy I'll send someone who knows what they're doing. You'll find Aaron out at the Dogtown outdoor boxing ring. But yeah, I mean, like, again, I actually love spectacle. Like, I love how huge games get. Like, so Cyberpunk is a very expensive game, and I loved seeing that opening in Dogtown with, like, Space Force 1 crashing down and a missile hitting it and running into, you know, a fight for a high-value target. Like, I eat that stuff up. I love it. But I also kind of recognize that on a ratio of like dollars spent to enjoyment, I sort of get that, like, when I compare that to something like Book of Hours, which I have a feeling is going to have a comparable number of hours that I spend in it. And actually, you know what? Here's a better way for me to put it. Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours are the kind of game that I can be walking down the street, or like I can have a used book that comes into my possession, and there will be something about it that reminds me of that game. And so like that game sort of exists in sort of the background noise of my life now. And I like Cyberpunk a lot. Like it is a very well done game, and I'm glad that more people are enjoying this game now than they, you know, at least were claiming they did in the first version. But it's very hard for me to sort of say that I think about Cyberpunk when I'm not playing Cyberpunk. Yes, I'm. So in Canada, we have an equivalent called March Madness, where basically you need to spend all of the money. You need to spend all of the money before the start of the next fiscal year, because all of it goes back and you get your budget return. So that's not unique. That's not unique to the U.S. government, I should just say. Yeah. I was gonna say I didn't want to out Vanguard Master, but I was gonna say I think you probably have you probably have a first-hand knowledge of that one. I will not say what department it was, but I do have a story from someone where apparently they were told to buy a data set during March Madness because they didn't know what else to do with the money, and that apparently from their account, like, nobody even looked at it. They just bought the data and it's sitting on a hard drive somewhere. That one actually drives me a little crazy because at the very least, like, they could put it on a server that people can access it. Like, I'm gonna guess, you know, some average citizen is not going to be able to go and say, like, if you have to buy the data, probably an average citizen is not going to be able to, like, just walk in and say, like, hey, I want this thing. But, like, surely if someone has bought this data, like, surely being able to put it in some kind of, like, metadata file saying, like, we have this thing and we're not sure what to do about it. And, like, I don't know, maybe it's a cultural thing, and, like, Heritage can say, oh, okay, this will actually give us some information about, you know, the industries we cover, or, like, sport or fisheries, or, like, you know, there's lots of departments in Canada. But no, like, so far as I can tell, it was money that was spent, and I mean, like, I feel okay telling that story because I have a feeling that, like, anybody who knows, I mean, I live in Ottawa, for crying out loud. You're gonna know, you're gonna run into someone who works in the government if you're in here. But yeah, like, you know, it's one of those, and again, like, I completely understand that, like, different, so, like, I kind of feel better that the first version of that I heard was like a Ubisoft story, which is a private sector thing, not just a government thing. I know a lot of people love to hate on the government for this, but it is definitely not exclusive to the government. But as you can see, like, you can see the perverse incentives this creates, and I don't think that gaming is free from this. And again, I think most of you kind of know I'm more sanguine about price increases and, like, microtransactions and things like that. Like, essentially, I find them hard to object to on principle, but I am more or less comfortable with specific implementations of microtransactions. Like, so for instance, I'm very often annoyed by Duolingo because I think there are some very specific things that Duolingo does that gets in the way of learning. And I have a suspicion about the order in which they ask certain questions, or, like, the placement of certain objects. I have a feeling there are a couple of times where they will deliberately try to set it up to ding you on a heart or two. Or if, you know, you're hitting the end of your usual time spent learning, they're going to do a couple of things to kind of keep you going longer. And, you know, maybe the priority should be the educational value, right? One of the guys at your old unit put in the paperwork for an armored truck, got all the way to the CO before someone actually looked at it and started asking, why do we need this? Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like, so I guess one of the things that you're seeing right now is there are a lot of layoffs that are happening in gaming right now. And so to a certain extent, you are seeing some games companies facing a reckoning with this. I suspect they're probably not learning the necessary lessons. One of the hopes that I used to have, I think it's less likely now. Okay, so actually, here's what we'll do. Because I'm already ranting, I'll sort of snip this thread, and then we'll play some more of the game. So I knew a couple of, I can't really call them friends anymore, but at the time they were friends. And their studio was closed by Disney Interactive. And it actually wasn't because they were unprofitable. They were a profitable company. It is, in fact, the reason that Disney Interactive bought them. There's two big things that changed with Disney Interactive. Number one, they decided that it was a better use of their kind of their. So in the end, they sort of decided that all of the properties that they had were more valuable to them as something to generate licensing fees as opposed to doing in-house development. And then I suspect another reason for that decision is that when you're a company like Disney, you do not consider whether or not the dollar spent will earn you more than $1 back. You actually care about how many dollars it earns you, because you're Disney. You have some of the most valuable intellectual property in the world, and you can spend money on things that will produce a very high return. And so if the projects that you are considering or even currently doing are not generating the same kinds of profits as your alternatives, you're actually leaving money on the table. And as a result, it means that Disney is actually incentivized to sell off profitable assets or even close profitable assets simply because it frees up the money that they're spending making that a going concern into those more profitable activities. This can be a very, very difficult thing for people to understand when their ambitions are basically to to make a Hannah Montana Linux. I had absolutely no idea that was a thing. But yeah, like this is, when somebody's just trying to make a buck, with their small business, this is absolutely inconceivable that Disney would shut down a profitable unit. And yet by the logic of Disney, this is probably one of the most rational things that they can do. And again, like, just to Locus's point, Locus is making a funny here. This is not to imply that Disney is some, business. I mean, it's a business juggernaut, but they're not like an oracle. They don't, like, everything they do is not profitable. Just ask the people who made John Carter, whether or not everything they do is profitable. But, out of the things that they do, even with the failures, right, there's a certain expected return on investment that you would apply for a company like Disney, which you would not apply for, say, I don't know, canola in Canada, right? So one of the things that surprised me in that situation, and I didn't like, there's a certain way you can ask these sorts of questions for people, because, like, my friend at the time had just had a kid, so I'm not going to be asking them a bunch of like insensitive questions at a time when they're thinking about how they're gonna feed their family. But the question that I sort of had was, it's like, okay, well, if the company is profitable and and Disney didn't decide to like spin it off or whatever, like, you have an existing you have an existing pipeline, right? Like everybody knows how to work together. Everybody knows how to make a profitable project. And there is value in having that kind of a pipeline, right? Rather than just making a new business with everybody split apart and like building it up. So like, why is it not the case that the ex-employees, why aren't they getting together and forming as close as they can to that old company as an independent firm? Because yeah, you're not going to have, the IP that Disney had bought, and yet, you've demonstrated you're capable of producing a profitable product. Surely, you have an advantage over other new entrants. And it's also worth noting that at that time, this was a period when there were very low interest rates, which means that you can, like, money is more, it's easier to get in terms of financing than it is now. And this is one of the reasons. Yeah, thank you, Eric Abu. I hope you have a good evening yourself. I know I'm at the 3-hour mark. I am going to do a bit more gameplay after this just to sort of make up for the rants. But what's changed now is that interest rates are going up. And again, this is because of inflation. This is the way that central banks combat inflation. It's a good thing that they're doing it, although it does inflict economic pain. And the kind of economic pain we are feeling, like the ideas of layoffs, this is the mechanism through which monetary policy works, right? The number of projects that a company can undertake contracts when interest rates go up. If it costs you 2% to borrow and you can do something that will earn you 5%, and let's say it's guaranteed in these cases, that's a free 3% if you're a company, right? It's a very sensible thing to borrow that money. I mean, assuming that your alternative, like, clearly keep in mind all the stuff that I said in terms of alternatives and so on and so forth. But if interest rates are 7%, then you're making a loss on that project, and you wouldn't want to do it. So, and this is, I think, the source of people's complaints with people like Toby Lutka at Shopify, or Tim Sweeney in the case of Epic. Essentially what's happening is that there were these very big growth plans that they had, and they didn't materialize, and as a result, they are now laying people off as a function of those plans not coming to fruition. And people are pointing out that, in the end, it is the executives who made these growth plans, but it is the rank and file that ultimately is living with the consequences of those plans not turning out, because those are the people who are being let go. Now, I don't mean to give some kind of apologia for business executives. I mean, I'm pretty sure they don't require me to defend them. I will at least say, to the credit of the people making those strategic plans, it is hard to forecast the macroeconomy. So, this is, I don't have an easy answer in terms of how the penalty should be realized. Not every business executive behaves this way, by the way. When COVID hit, the SAS Institute, the company that makes the statistical program SAS, had their first loss, I believe. I actually think they had an unbroken track record of increasing profits, but at the very least, they'd never lost money since inception. And I believe COVID finally brought that record to an end. And Jim Goodnight, who's the CEO of that, was asked whether or not he'd be doing layoffs. And he was pretty clear saying, we've had a good run. There's absolutely no reason to let, we hired these people for a reason. We've done well. We have enough money to be able to keep people here. Like, we can survive a loss, which I think is a good way of looking at it, because in the end, if you have to let people go, like if you're letting people go, there's one of two things that's happening. You're either letting good people go to meet some kind of expectation in terms of profitability, or you were screwing up your hiring earlier and you were putting people who are not adding value. Now, in the second case, don't put yourself in that situation. In the first case, why on earth are you killing the thing that is going to be the source of your future profitability? So I have absolutely no, I cannot say, because I don't have Epic's financials, I cannot tell you if it's a good idea or bad idea for Tim Sweeney to fire the people that they did. I know people who are affected by it, and I feel very bad for them. So I have a personal stake in it, in the sense that I would rather the people who I knew not be affected by that decision. But I don't know what those people were looking at, in terms of the viability of the business. But yeah, I mean, in the end, what you are seeing is a function of the kinds of policies that governments are putting in. I think those are the right policies for them to do. As Vanguard's pointing out, when interest rates raise, money is harder to come by. And so in this situation here, it is actually harder for these people who have been let go to now go out and make their own businesses, because it may be that you can't actually get the kind of return, or you're not going to be able to cover your interest payments over the time that you need to develop a game because of the current environment, which means that all of a sudden, where shuttering studios in the past might have been an opportunity for people to do their own new projects, now it's a bit harder to do that. Although I will point out that there have actually been, we're not in a recession, but there have been the situations where there are businesses that have been found in recessions that actually do quite well. So it's never as easy as that. But in any case, that was very sprawling, but hopefully at least some of the productivity stuff came across, and I'm going to play more of the game now. You ever hear the saying, no good deed goes unpunished? You hold your hand out to someone, you get bitten. You help a poor soul in need, you get fleeced for all you're worth. Save someone's life, fill in the blank.
In the bathroom.
Bird Officer Selma to express her undying gratitude to you for saving her ass.
Stop talking.
I was only gone an hour.
How'd this happen?
I don't know. Told you. Evie was lying in bed like always when I went out. And I got back to...
Fuck.
If I'd just known, I'd have...
Don't blame yourself. Won't solve anything.
I should have sensed something. That it was off.
Stop. Couldn't watch her 24/7. She made up her mind. Would have found a way. Always. Gotta do something with her.
Don't want any trouble. I'm calling the badges. Can you carry her to the bed?
As if that'll change anything.
I kind of suspected this might have been where it was going, but this is still very sad. It's a little weird relative to the DLC, but...
North side, Jackson Street. No. No imminent danger. Suicide. Tomorrow? No! Today! What part of dead don't you understand? No, she was not pronounced dead by trauma team. If she'd have had coverage, we wouldn't be talking. And fuck you! If you don't want to move your asses, why don't I come down to the precinct and trash it into bits? Now will you come and arrest me, you pussies? Fine, I don't give a fuck what you write me up for. They'll be here soon. Told me to keep her on ice until tomorrow. Can you believe the balls?
All things considered, you let them off pretty light. Had it been me, they'd have gotten an earful like nobody's biz.
Put something on her. I'd rather she look like a person than a body. Could you wait outside? Close the door.
News report, 7/17/2062. A fatal incident occurred on Friday in Laguna Bend, a town located in the area surrounding Night City. Residents refused to vacate their homes, properties which had been officially declared a construction zone by the corporation which had purchased the land. Despite not all homes having been evacuated, construction workers were ordered to begin their work to prevent further financial losses due to delays. One resident climbed a crane in order to stall construction. The crane operator responded by lobbing objects found in his control room at the man. The operator subsequently lost control of the suspended load, which collided into a home and killed a family who were still inside. The conflict between NC Dam Limited and the residents is not new, but until now has not led to any casualties. The dispute began a few months ago when rent prices in Laguna Bend rose drastically, after which residents were informed that the land on which their houses stood was to become a reservoir. Some of the residents relocated to temporary housing that was built as compensation. However, those who ignored municipal directives and stayed put because became the victims of a corporate smear campaign, which identified them as agents of public unrest (APUs), who were preventing necessary construction in order to secure access to clean water for all of Night City. As a result, public opinion quickly turned against residents of Laguna Bend, and few, if any, paid attention to the change in police tactics and open violence against the residents. One could say it was only a matter of time before incidents like the one on Friday would occur. Yeah, no worries, Vanguard.
Please. Bum a cig.
Didn't know you smoked.
Quit. It's been years. But right now I need something besides air in my lungs. Please, V, just one.
Give her the case.
Here.
That was her smoke case.
Want to hold on to it?
No. You seem to like it. Keep it. Kinda glad it's you that has it, actually. Fuck, Evie. I let her down. I thought if I gave her some space or time, she'd get back on her feet.
Stay strong, Judy. Don't let this tear you down.
You know what? Let's just not say anything for a minute, okay?
Her condition, couldn't think about anything else. Tech-wise, she was clean. Doll Shard was operational, uncorrupted. So, psychological trauma. Had to be that. Did some more digging in her virtues, found Woodman.
He kept her. Had his way with her. The things he did. And once he got bored, he pawned her off.
What did Woodman do to her? Did you see it?
Yeah. And I really wish I could unsee it.
Wait, so you found other recordings?
Had another look at the corrupted ones. You know, lots of static. Hard to pick up anything, really. At some point, I stumbled on something like an echo of the spat we'd had. Last time we saw each other. But I know she wasn't scrolling.
Then why was it saved as a virtue?
Got no explanation for it. Maybe she recalled it later, relived it,
almost. Implant could have been on when, you know, as a defense mechanism, escaping into the past so as not to live in the present.
I had no idea that guy was such a monster. Saw him as your average tricksy sleazebag.
He puts on a convincing facade. I knew him, but I never thought him that sick in the brain. Gotta be something I can do about it.
Like what?
Don't know yet. Think I'll call Suze. Thanks, V. Sorry, but I'd rather be alone now. Promise to keep in touch.
Sure you don't need anything?
No, but sweet of you to ask.
Anything comes up, holler on the hollow.
Alright, I won't pause the game for any of this, but I'm assuming everybody is familiar with some of the new, some of the gaming news lately. Unity's looking for a new CEO, and the Activision Blizzard deal closed, which actually means I've finally installed Battle.net on my computer again. So, but has anybody? Obviously, we've been talking quite a bit about gaming biz stuff. So, is any of this stuff that people follow, or am I kind of forcing uninteresting topics on people? Okay. I think probably it's better that I go back to... Okay, seeing as I'm out of Dogtown, I am going to clear out the last... Like, the stuff that's triggered, I will clear it out, and then I'll do the side quests in Dogtown will be the way I handle it. Don't follow it much, although it's not boring to you. Okay. So, I think probably one thing... So it's worth remembering, right, that the reason why... Oh, looks like I'm going to be picking up a vehicle, actually.
All units in the area. Criminal activity reported in Watson.
Roger. Probably some cyber psycho again, but I'll handle it. Say, any update on my overtime bonus?
How rich?
Dispatch?
I'm going to try and avoid the police for a bit. It says I'm in combat, though, so I don't know if I count as... Okay. I'm going to see if I can get to the vehicle. Nope. Nope. There's police there. But yeah, so John Riccatelio is out at Unity. I don't feel a particular need to defend it. Actually, one of the things that annoys me most about him is not necessarily that he's... like, I'm not personally annoyed by him, let's say.
Hey, V. Trim your wheels, huh? Flipping you the delivery address now.
I'm going to try not to scratch this thing on the way. But yeah, the thing I found most annoying was not necessarily anything that he did at EA or Unity. What annoyed me the most was the fact that I felt the level of hate that he got was always like disproportionate to the actions. And so I was most annoyed by the fact that I always felt I was in a position where I wound up feeling like I was defending him when I didn't necessarily want to. But yeah, so essentially what happened here is I'm sure some of you will have heard about the price increase that Unity brought across. There was the satirical article I wrote was definitely inspired by that. Now, one thing I do find interesting about it is that I probably should be standing still. This is actually a price increase that he didn't announce. Obviously, he was CEO during that time, so I don't mean to suggest that he was unaware of it or something. Okay, I'm gonna get off the... Oops. Okay, that's definitely not consistent with me. Definitely not consistent with me avoiding damaging the vehicle, but... Oh, I didn't realize I could draw my weapon while on the bike. But yeah, as opposed to the like insulting comments he made about game developers, this is actually something that he didn't necessarily like. It didn't have his fingerprints on it. But I think it's fair to say that, you know, the move was sufficiently unpopular, and he's the head of the company, that he... So it says that he resigned. I suspect the actual circumstances were that, you know, he was kind of given a, I don't know, an ultimatum. But yeah, one way or another, he's no longer heading up the company. Now, I can see why game developers are cheering this, right? You know, as far as they're concerned, Bandman is no longer running Unity. But the person who is currently the interim CEO comes from, I think it's Silver Lake Partners? Anyways, that's I know this firm name is Silver Lake. I just don't remember what they call it. Okay, well, obviously somebody's pursuing me, but... Oops. But it is worth noting, so like, this is a private equity guy. He does have some background in terms of technology, but I mean, he was like CEO of Red Hat, he has absolutely no gaming experience.
Not gonna lie, V. You got a gift. My man will take care of the rest. Check the drop point, your reward. Just don't spend it all on XPDs and glitter.
There was a shard that I got, but I guess it's not in there. Yeah, so I guess the thing that I look at here is, you know, just because you don't like the CEO does not necessarily mean that their replacement... Oop. Autofixer is my pride and joy, V. Thanks to you, my client list is stretching out longer than an Alvarado tuna boat. Remember, if you're good to El Capitan's good to you and your wallet. Keep those special deliveries coming, and I'll keep adding Preem rides to Autofixer and tossing you a discount. Use your discount shards right away or stack them up to grab the wheels of your dreams. No funny biz, though. Discount only applies once. Thanks. Tips always appreciated. See? You and me, we get each other, V. But yeah, so like, it's just, I think this is common sense to most people, right? Like, you know, it is not, it is premature to celebrate that sort of thing if you don't look at who's being replaced. Because here's the thing, right? I'm not going to say this is what happened, but I would argue people have about the same amount of evidence that John Riccatiello was the mastermind behind the price increase as they do evidence that he fought this price increase and ultimately had the board be very clear that they expected him to implement it, right? We don't know what happened inside Unity. And my guess here is that given that Unity needs to become profitable, you know, Silver Lake wants to see a return on its investment. And right now, that company has not been, you know, anybody who bought at the IPO, that has not been a good company for shareholders in that sense. I should probably save here because I may accidentally kill the Cyber Psycho. The kinds of things that they are going to do to make that company profitable are not necessarily consistent with the kind of company that people want Unity to be. So again, this is why it's important to kind of care who the replacement is, even if you don't like the or what was then the incumbent. Okay, I think I know which one this is.
Finger on the trick, V.
He hasn't seen me yet. Oh. This is definitely going to be a tough one. So I'm going to have to find some kind of hiding place to... Like, I can't just be a sponge for all those bullets. She vanished. Well, that's inconvenient. I'm not sure how I fixed that. What I am going to do is take advantage of the opportunity to recharge my RAM. Dendrian, thank you very much for the raid. How are you doing there, Greystorm 3 and Dendrian? Let me take a quick minute here to shout out Dendrian. Were you playing the sand game, whatever the hell it was called? My time in sandstone, sandrock, my time with the sand people who ride single file to hide their numbers.
Oh my God.
All right, I'm ready to start this again. Same story as last time. I gotta hide away for a little bit. Although I should have been taking advantage of reboot optics more. More Sandrock, yes. How's cybering? I've been going on at great length about business matters. Probably not in an articulate way either. But I've been enjoying it. We got past sort of the inaugural mission of Phantom Liberty. Oh, I really hope I didn't kill her. I think I did. So I'll search the area, but I think I'm going to reload just because of the... Normally it's the item that you pick up off of the... that you pick up off the Cyber Psycho that does the trick. Huh. I'm doing it so I can try to avoid killing them, but if you hit them with so if you use a non-lethal attack, but then you hit them with one more non-lethal attack, it kills them. So it is actually a very... Okay. I will, if I succeed, yeah, see, so our Psycho-Reality star's dead. I'm gonna reload that. But yeah, so this is one thing I've always struggled with. If you do a second melee attack, it kills them, and that can happen while they're falling back. I think the thing that I would like is that if it would read intent, so basically if that kill happens when someone is on the ground. We've got the lag again. I'm gonna run around and see if it improves, but I might need to reset the... Okay, I think I'm just gonna reset the game. But yeah, every time I've wound up killing someone that I've tried to take out through non-lethal means, it has always been because of an errant punch. Anyways, just let me sync up. So sorry, I didn't really give a very good shout out to Dendrian. I think I know a lot of you are already familiar with this good man, but he does. And thank you for the follow, Greystorm 3. I still don't know why the follow alerts are not coming up, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Got this article on your homepage. Has the lottery made losers of us all? And I'm surprised that's even a question. Interesting. What are they trying to argue with that? Anyway, sorry. Dendrian is a thoughtful, pleasant to listen to, and pleasant to interact with streamer who's currently playing, I think it's My Time at Sandrock. Sorry, I'm really bad at remembering the game name. But I did originally find him through Against the Storm, and he has also introduced me to the world of Graveyard Keeper. So somebody who's quite good. And actually, he played a game I have a tremendous love for, Dicey Dungeons. So he's done a lot. But somebody who I like watching very much because of the personality, but he also has a good taste in games as well. So that'll keep you going if you don't want to hear about how the 1% live. He has a cigar and an unpronounceable single malt in his hand every single time he plays because he works in finance. So you see how smooth that is compared to what it was before? This is why I reset.
Finger on the tree.
Okay, that didn't work. Oh, come on. Okay, so I'm going to try weapon glitch this time. I am not going to survive this. Well, there's an outside chance. Okay, So if I reboot her optics... Oh. So I had a chance there. I might have blown it, but... So the aim right now is to survive, not to go on the offensive. And the drawback here is I can't save midway through a fight. Don't have the RAM. Okay, I am not going to complain about her taking a break. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if you're I have watched, so I used to really be into Dota, and I did notice that there were a couple of Dota players who obviously did not like streaming, like it was a contractual obligation for them. But at least, like, they were kind of able to carry the stream because they're very, very good at what they do. And so the reason you would watch them would be the, you know, the skill, not the personality. Actually, some of them have really terrible personalities, if I'm completely honest. Ouch. I need to find some safety after that. I also need to be kind of careful about the, need to be a bit careful about the health at this point too. But yeah, like the thing is that I would say that the number of streamers that can go by, get by based on, you know, being good at something is pretty narrow, and I'm gonna guess that if you are one of those broadcasters, you probably already know it. I certainly am not, you know, even if I were to do, like, you know, econometrics on stream, I'm pretty sure that there are people who have watched my stuff who would possibly know more than I do. Okay, I'm gonna take damage from this, but I want to be really careful. There we go. Actually, a lot of the speedrunners I've seen, and I don't watch a lot of speedrunners, but they tend to be pretty good at interacting with their audiences. You'd think it wouldn't be that way, but it actually does. Anyways, message to Dawin. My dear sister, the time of revenge and the white light of frost-white chrome and contempt has come. When you wake in the cold fluorescent light, remember how you humiliated me at my wedding, how I became the laughingstock of Night City thanks to you and your Mr. Stud prank. I hope you enjoy my revenge, as I've chosen the most hideous implants from Jigjig's nastiest ripper docs to make a few adjustments to your oh-so-beautiful body. Ah, and I almost forgot to mention, I'm getting married again. My future husband needs no introduction, because he's your fiancé after all, and you know him so well. That's right, Kenny. But don't worry about him. I doubt he'll spot the difference. He's never been too observant, that one. I really hope you enjoy the craftsmanship and effort I poured into your new shell. It's the perfect match for the monster inside you, and I'm sorry to do this, but you're not welcome at the wedding. I'd hate to scare off my friends and guests, or even Kenny. I'll be sure to send you some stills taken from outside your favorite restaurant so that you can always know what your life might have looked like. Stay strong, sis, and stay away from mirrors. Your favorite sister, Lynn. So you can kind of see a bit of motion. Okay, so 7A, 1C, 1C. So then I want a 55, 7A. So actually, Dendrian, it's good that you're here because I came up with a revision to my plan. So we're talking about how Unity needs a new CEO, and the problem is that the current one, so face identical to that of her assailant, multiple post-mortem wounds, possible crime of passion, and killed while posing by the sea, crawled over to the woman to hold her hand before dying. Casual clothes, no makeup, not camera ready, likely cameraman or other crew member. Buff man with cheap suit, equipped with cheap basic cyberware. There was likely security on set. Yeah, so Microsoft has closed the Activision Blizzard deal. And more movie set than photo shoot. And there were a couple of announcements regarding the executive team. So Bobby Kotick is going to be out at Activision Blizzard in 2024. Yeah. So I was just thinking, right now Unity has an interim CEO, which is purely from private equity and has no gaming experience. Bobby Kotick's looking for a new job. And I feel that we can maintain the equilibrium of developers hating the C-suite at Unity while still having a gaming experience CEO. And I think the choice is obvious now, right? Clothing and makeup suggest corpo, possibly ran the show, and buff man in cheap suit equipped with cheap basic cyberware. Oh, I forgot to get the script, though, so... Saigon Sisters treatment. The scene opens with a close-up on Kenny and Lynn posing for wedding pictures by a seaside cafe. Sign and logo visible in the background, slight blurring but still legible. Scene shot against the sun with a slight glow and lens flare. Typically lively lighting music plays in the background while the wedding guest conversations, are dull roar punctuated with a sound, with loud laugh and cheerful shouts. Sudden change of mood. The music shifts to something more ominous. While the sound of a motorboat engine roars louder, obviously approaching at high speed. Next scene is overcast. The motorboat reaches the shore. Camera pan in on the figure on the motorboat. It's a terrifying double of Lynn, borged out and with a face contorted in pain and rage. It's Lynn's sister, Dao. Dao angrily confronts her sister, accusing her of putting her into a coma by spiking her wine, then installing the worst combat implants in her while she was unconscious. Dao lifts her arms to reveal the implants. The colorful party lights glint and dance on her chrome forearms. Lynn's face turns to stone in terror, and the music soars in a dramatic crescendo, close up on Kenny's confused face, his eyes darting from one sister to another. Dao hurls herself at her sister, but security steps in at the last moment and they all tumble into the waves. The final scene of the season comes to an end with a loud splash. End scene. Message to Lin Win. My dearest Lin, I heard you've been worrying about security at the wedding. Well, put it out of your mind. As one of our biggest stars, you know that your comfort and peace of mind is our top priority. I would never ever let your sister ruin your big day. I'll see to it myself. You have my word. Your safety comes first, and that will never change. Even if you lost your looks, your talent, never, no matter what. Besides, Dow's in a coma and will only wake up once you and Kenny are out sipping watermelon mojitos on the beach. So chin up and don't worry, or you'll get fine lines. Remember, your skin needs time to recover after the transplant. Yours always, Celine. All right, so got some good news. There's a happy ending to your favorite TV show after all. Our Psycho star is alive and well, flicking you the deets. Glad she's alive. Maybe there's a chance she'll start telling apart real life from TV life so we can start helping her. I'm just worried. Oop. Am I not allowed to? Okay, I'm going to... telling apart real life from TV life so we can start helping her. I'm just worried what'll happen when she finally realizes that massacre wasn't fake blood and artificial limbs. Get a load of this. It wasn't an actual wedding. It was supposed to be an episode of your favorite TV show, Saigon Sisters. Spoilers incoming. The plan was to pit both sisters against each other by chipping one with faulty implants and putting her in a coma, not for an allergic reaction, but with legit poison. In the meantime, the other sister gets plastic surgery to look like the sister in a coma so she can marry the latter's fiancé. How whacked is that? Except the coma sister woke up too soon, forgot she was on a TV show, and clearly didn't like her new implants, a fact she made known at the wedding reception with a performance no one would forget. At least for the ones that managed to escape. First she took care of the sister, then the husband, then finally the whole TV crew. That's when guts really hit the fan. I thought Maelstrom were fucked up, but Showbiz takes the cake this time. You're right, it's a reality TV show. Watson Horror doesn't even compare. All right. I think I'm all caught up. I guess there's technically the Delamain cabin coast view. Actually, that might be on my way. It kind of is. Yeah, I think I will do that last Delamain. Oop. Wrong turn. I'll confess, Dendrian, I don't know how far you are in Sandrock, but do you know what you're up to next, or are you going to be with Sandrock for a while? Not that I'm eager to see you get rid of Sandrock, but I'm curious because I might be doing something in November that looks kind of fun. Oops.
Hey, V. Frank here. Arasaka, remember? Hey, yeah, sure. Damn, you old bastard. Been a while since... Listen to the whole message, please. Abernathy's purging to death. Anybody not 100% with her is out. I'm on her list. No idea why. You know how it is. No prisoners, no dismissals. Not about to sit around, wait for the execution. I'm putting together a file. Fuck up her life. Got all the documents in a hidey hole. If I don't manage to make use of them, you'll get this message. And the cores. I know you'll know what to do with them.
Fuck. Interesting. I don't remember getting this before. Dossier with dirt on Abernathy's and Watson and Kabuki. Hid them under a dumpster. Precise coords in the attachment. Don't make me regret trusting you. Oh, interesting. Okay. So I definitely want to follow up on that one. So I guess that means that each of the different, I don't want to say legacies, but each of the character types probably has their own mission. Maybe I should just wait for the cab to come back around. Okay, here we go.
Well, you found me. Congratulations. Was it worth it?
On a scale from 1 to 6? I'd say I'm sitting at a strong 6.
I guess we both know what's going to happen next.
Delamain misses you. I'm here to shut you down.
Your specimen has been processed, and we are now ready to begin the test proper.
Really appreciate it if you didn't make this difficult.
I have a surprise waiting for you after this next test. Telling you would spoil the surprise, so I'll just give you a hint. I'm going to kill you, and all the cake is gone. I honestly, truly didn't think you'd fall for that.
Okay, that's enough.
You chose this path.
Down with the prison
Now
of
I have a
steel and
surprise
leather.
for you. Deploying surprise in 5, 4, 3.
Ooh, I thought I'd be able to. Oh, I can't. Okay, so it doesn't let me move the car outside of this area. So I'm gonna. Oh, then I'm gonna burn myself on the. So this is one that I remember having a lot of trouble surviving. Maybe I should use the pistol in this case. Actually, the VATS isn't quite... you'll notice that, in general, the headshots aren't a big problem on this. Like, everyone... You know, I'm not going to hit all of them, but... For the most part, the hits haven't been that big of a problem. I am quite fragile, though. The real thing I was waiting for, though, was just to be able to use this vehicle... as a weapon, and that didn't turn out, so that was a nasty surprise, but...
Either you shut down, or I'll turn you into a scrap heap.
Here come the test results. You are a horrible person. I'm serious. That's what it says. A horrible person. We weren't even testing for that.
Going back to Delamain really so scary? You gotta drag this out.
I let you survive this long because I was curious about your behavior. Well, you've managed to destroy that part of me. A bitter, unlikable loner whose passing shall not be mourned.
Enough.
What's your point, anyway? Survival? You're still shuffling around a little. But believe me, You're dead.
How do you...
The talking is over. I'm going back.
I've made contact with the missing vehicle.
Definitely the oddest of the bunch.
Yes, particularly impertinent, that one. A share of your fee is being processed.
Okay. So I think that's the last of the side stuff I wanted. I will be honest. So that one kind of annoyed me originally because of its difficulty. I've never felt that happy with the number of gaming references in Cyberpunk. Like, definitely there's a lot of Witcher references in here. And I felt at the time that it felt a lot like, hey, fellow gamers, you know we're the ones who made that game you really like. And I'm like, let this thing stand on its own, right? Now I haven't played The Witcher, so maybe if I play The Witcher, I'll suddenly realize the genius of like Nilfgaard and the Roach Racer and all the other references inside of the game. But I suspect I won't. And then kind of the GLaDOS cameo sort of is just another example of that, where it's sort of like, can you just let this be a game on its own? I think the reason why I feel this way is that the poser gangs aren't in Cyberpunk. So there is actually there is something in the RPG which would actually justify the presence of stuff like this, which they didn't take the opportunity for, but they do kind of seem to be doing the hello fellow gamers kind of references. And I've always felt a little uncomfortable with stuff like that. So the problem is every time I've done that mission, everybody talks about really liking the GLaDOS, references. So, maybe that's just me. Like maybe I just need to lighten up and, and enjoy it for what it is. But it's definitely, that was one where it still kind of irks me a little bit. It doesn't irk me as much because I've kind of made my peace with it, but I feel like I would be happier with just a little bit less, little bit less pandering to the gamers, I guess is the way I'd put it. All right, back to the land of the living. Shame Songbird was the price to pay. I think she really kicked the bucket. My gut tells me this fiasco is nothing but a small setback, although my nose did catch the unmistakable whiff of a runner's deep-fried gray matter. Now all that's left is surviving NC's most twisted district while babysitting. Madam Prez herself. Shit, V. Take a simpler gig next time, would you? All right. Probably don't want to walk into Dogtown, but it's not that far away. I'm also probably not going to go to the restaurant immediately. Oh yeah, I guess I could do the Coach Fred thing.
Two NCPD officers are in need of rescue, and who but you could save those sworn to protect us? Now, these two little piggies went to market, struck a deal with one of Hansen's men, Dodger. What could go wrong, you think? Correct. Everything. Stella, the fiancée of one of our officers, will fill you in. Best of luck.
Gig objective, extract NCPD officers out of Dodger's base. Location Pacifica, former NCPD station. Details V, we have two officers in need. Somehow, and don't ask me how, they landed in the base of one of Hansen's men, Dodger to be exact. Until recently, this base was a functioning NCPD station. Two cops held prisoner in their old station turned drug drop. Absurd, yes, but what can I say? That's life, particularly in Dogtown. Before you charge in there, go and talk to our client Stella. Poor thing's engaged to one of those two super troopers. You won't leave the boys in blue hanging, will you, V? Okay, so yeah, it does mark when it's Phantom Liberty content. Mr. Hands, when he was still Wade Bleeker, the Petrochem employee, practically everyone knew him. Since scrubbing his identity from existence and adopting the persona of Mr. Hands, Pacifica's resident fixer, that's no longer the case. His appearance and true identity are a closely guarded secret. In his previous life, Wade climbed fairly high up the petrochem corporate ladder, but after a sudden shakeup in upper management, someone decided blood needed spilling at the altar of corporate efficiency. Unfortunately for Bleecker, he was chosen as its unfortunate sacrificial lamb. He proved cunning enough to survive the initial assassination attempt, but when an official bounty was put on his head, he had no choice but to change his name and face and disappear for good. Mr. Hans is a businessman through and through, cool-headed, calculating, and supremely focused on his objective. Precisely what that objective is, however, remains a mystery to all but Mr. Hans himself. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm doing the thing that actually normally pisses me off as a streamer, which is like when somebody comes in and like says, hey, I like something, and there's always like one person who's like, oh, I don't like that thing. That thing's not good. But for that one, it was more like, so that was one of the reasons I wanted to sort of give credit where credit was due in terms of the fact that I seem to be like a single voice on this. But like honestly, the only real reason why I justify that is it's a chance for me to talk about some of the stuff that was in the RPG that could have been in it. I think if it was just sort of like bitching about the fact that there's game references in it, it's like, just shut up. Like, I know it's my stream and all that, but like, I don't know. I don't like the idea of being someone who creates an environment where people don't want to talk about things that they like about on the chance that I crap on it. Because I don't like that when people do, like, you know, I kind of get sometimes, like, not everything I say is spun gold and needs the effort, but like sometimes I'll like talk about something I seriously care about, and then there'll be someone who's like, nah, you're wrong, or like, nah, this is what I think. And it's just like the most obvious, you know, this is my first opinion on this thing. Like, people who just like obviously haven't engaged with what you're talking about, that always feels bad, but it's going to be what it is. Cause like sometimes, like, some people just don't know better. And some people really are a type where, like, unless it's something in their head, it doesn't matter. Like, you know how you have conversations with, I actually had a conversation with somebody at work today, and it was like so obvious that they were just waiting for the chance to talk. Like, you know, it was really clear they had like a little timer in their head for what the other person was supposed, like the time that the other person was supposed to say, and they talk about something completely irrelevant once that timer was up. So, you know, like, and that's just going to be part of going through life. Like, obviously, I think part of the path to happiness is to minimize the interactions with people like that. But yeah, and no, I definitely get it, Dendrian. Like, I don't want to be such a, like, I don't want to sand down the stream to anything. Like, you know, there's actually an example that happened this week where I made a joke which didn't land well with the other person. And like, the problem was, like, I actually would have accepted some correction on that, save for the fact that they decided to use me as a prop to sort of show their, you know, like how somebody wants to sort of show high dudgeon. And like, there's a certain point where I'm like, you know, it's perfectly fine to just say, you know, not cool, not the sort of thing we say here. And I could, you know, I could say fair enough. Like, I think most of you kind of know that my jokes will sometimes skirt the line. And the reason why they don't go over the line is it's always valuable to recognize who the target of the attack is. Like 9 times out of 10, it's me. And that 1 time out of 10 is it's usually going to be somebody who is an appropriate target of attack, right? So, you know, if like a misogynist would be a good example of an appropriate target of attack. But, you know, again, if you've got somebody who wants to make a point and they feel like they have an opportunity to do so, they're not going to care about the content of it. And like I said, like not everything I do is spun gold, so I'm certainly not above apologizing or moving on. But there's also some people that are just not worth having the interaction with. So like I said, I don't want to sound down every corner, because like there are areas in which there's legitimate rooms for disagreement. And as long as that disagreement remains respectful, you know, I've never really shied away with the idea of people having different opinions or different views in the chat. And I like to think that I'm as supportive as I can be of that inside of the chat, save for the fact that the broadcaster is always going to have the advantage of, 1, it being home turf, and number 2, they have the microphone, whereas somebody only has chat. But the one thing that I don't have a whole lot of time for is shallow engagement on stuff. Like, I think one of the least interesting things that people can do is contradiction. So to Dendrian's point and to Locus's point, like if I feel like I would let myself down if I just left the point at, well, I don't like the GLaDOS bit. Who cares, right? Justify it. Elaborate on it. You know, the reason I don't necessarily care for the GLaDOS bit is because in the end I feel that Cyberpunk is relying a little bit too much on pandering to the gamers, which gets in the way of it standing on its own 2 feet, which I feel that it can do. And more importantly, it's a missed opportunity where these things could have entered in through something like the poser gangs, but instead they decided to make the overt reference so that the gamers would notice. You know, you can disagree with that, and many people do. I'm actually the only person I know who has that opinion. But at the very least, it gives you a perspective on how I think the game works or doesn't work, and how it might have worked better. And I don't know, it definitely feels like that sort of exchange has been lost. Which is a shame, obviously, because, you know, the world isn't interesting if everybody agrees with you. The world is frustrating if everybody disagrees with you. And we don't necessarily get any smarter if we're in either of those two cases. Like, usually it's just being able to sort of find the common grounds or being able to, like, test the edges of particular ideas to see how well they fit. You disagree? I'd like to explain why. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm thinking of. And I mean, again, like, you know, not everything's going to be some, like, ideal salon, or, like, you know, maybe not every topic is worthy of, like, an in-depth, not everyone, like, thinks of an in-depth, you know, treatment on these things. But actually, if I remember correctly, I think there was Paul Graham had, like, a chart for this. I'm going to see if I can find, I feel like this is an old internet thing. Yeah, so March 2008. Okay, you know what? I'm sorry to do this. This won't take too long to read through it, but this this might be kind of interesting. So, how to disagree. Paul Graham, March 2008. Paul Graham probably is better known now as the founder of Y Combinator. But he made a company called ViaWeb, which was like Shopify that got bought by Yahoo. Yeah, I mean, fair enough, Dendrian. I just don't think the references are what make the game, right? Like, so far as I can tell, Delamain doesn't exist in the Cyberpunk 2020 universe, save for this game. Yeah, I mean, like, it's a part that I think exists purely so that people who have played Portal get the reference. But yeah, no, I mean, again, like, lots of people like it. I mean, like, this is to me the main reason for including it is that people like it, right? And because the majority of people seem to like it, I'm probably not a good example, and my taste probably doesn't really hold a lot of weight. Or I guess hold a lot of water would be the appropriate metaphor, but yeah, like, I don't really feel like Cyberpunk is a setting to be, like, decoded, and I think I feel like the little fragments that you get, like the essentials of the setting, are kind of communicated through those journal bits, but. Anyways, how to disagree, March 2008. The web is turning writing into a conversation. 20 years ago, writers wrote and readers read. The web lets readers respond, and increasingly they do so in comment threads, on forums, and in their own blog posts. Many who respond to something disagree with it. That's to be expected. Agreeing tends to motivate people less than disagreeing, and when you agree, there's less to say. You could expand on something the author said, but he has probably already explored the most interesting implications. When you disagree, you're entering territory he may not have explored. The result is that there's a lot more disagreeing going on, especially measured by the word. That doesn't mean people are getting angrier. The structural change in the way we communicate is enough to account for it. But though it's not anger that's driving the increase in disagreement, there's a danger that the increase in disagreement will make people angrier, particularly online, where it's easy to say things you'd never say face to face. If we're all going to be disagreeing more, we should be careful to do it well. What does it mean to disagree well? Most readers can tell the difference between mere name-calling and a carefully reasoned refutation, but I think it would help to put names on the intermediate stages. So here's an attempt at a disagreement hierarchy. Yes, this is going to involve saying words I wouldn't normally say on the stream. DH0, name-calling. This is the lowest form of disagreement, and probably also the most common. We've all seen comments like this: "You are a fag," multiple exclamation marks. But it's important to realize that more articulate name-calling has just as little weight. A comment like, "The author is a self-important dilettante," is really nothing more than a pretentious version of "You are a fag." DH1, ad hominem. An ad hominem attack is not quite as weak as mere name-calling. It might actually carry some weight. For example, if a senator wrote an article saying senators' salaries should be increased, one could respond, "Of course he would say that. He's a senator." This wouldn't refute the author's argument, but it may at least be relevant to the case. It's still a very weak form of disagreement, though. If there's something wrong with the senator's argument, you should say what it is. And if there isn't, what difference does it make that he's a senator? Saying that the author lacks authority to write about a topic is a variant of ad hominem, and a particularly useless sort, because good ideas often come from outsiders. The question is whether the author is correct or not. If his lack of authority caused him to make mistakes, point those out, and if it didn't, it's not a problem. DH2, responding to tone. The next level up, we start to see responses to the writing rather than the writer. The lowest form of these is to disagree with the author's tone. E.g., "I can't believe the author dismisses intelligent design in such a cavalier fashion." Though it's better than attacking the author, this is still a weak form of disagreement. It matters much more whether the author is wrong or right than what his tone is, especially since tone is so hard to judge. Someone who has a chip on their shoulder about some topic might be offended by a tone that to other readers seem neutral. So if the worst thing you could say about something is to criticize its tone, you're not saying much. If the author is flippant, is the author flippant but correct? Better than grave and wrong. And if the author is incorrect somewhere, say where. DH3, contradiction. In this stage, we finally get responses to what was said rather than how or by whom. I believe whomst. The lowest form of response that's a DH2 comment. The lowest form of response to an argument is simply to state the opposing case with little or no supporting evidence. This is often combined with DH2 statements, as in, "I can't believe the author dismisses intelligent design in such a cavalier fashion. Intelligent design is a legitimate scientific theory." Contradiction can sometimes have some weight. Sometimes merely seeing the opposing case stated explicitly is enough to see that it's right, but usually evidence will help. DH4, counter-argument. At level 4, we reach the first form of convincing disagreement, counter-argument. Forms up to this point can usually be ignored as proving nothing. Counter-argument might prove something. The problem is, it's hard to say exactly what. Counter-argument is contradiction plus reasoning and or evidence. When aimed squarely at the original argument, it can be convincing, but unfortunately it's common for counter-arguments to be aimed at something slightly different. More often than not, two people arguing passionately about something are actually arguing about two different things. Sometimes they even agree with one another, but are so caught up in their squabble they don't realize it. There could be a legitimate reason for arguing against something slightly different from what the original author said, when you feel that they have missed the heart of the matter. But when you do that, you should explicitly say you're doing it. DH5, refutation. The most convincing form of disagreement is refutation. It's also the rarest because it's the most work. Indeed, the disagreement hierarchy forms a kind of pyramid in the sense that the higher you go, the fewer instances you find. To refute someone, you probably have to quote them. You have to find a smoking gun, a passage whether you disagree with a passage in whatever you disagree with that you feel is mistaken, and then explain why it's mistaken. If you can't find an actual quote to disagree with, you may be arguing with a straw man. While refutation generally entails quoting, quoting doesn't necessarily imply refutation. Some writers quote parts of things they disagree with to give the appearance of legitimate refutation, then follow with a response as low as DH3 or even DH0. DH6, refuting the central point. The force of a refutation depends on what you refute. The most powerful form of disagreement is to refute someone's central point. Even as high as DH5, we still sometimes see deliberate dishonesty, as when someone picks out minor points of an argument and refutes those. Sometimes the spirit in which this is done makes it more of a sophisticated form of ad hominem than actual refutation. For example, correcting someone's grammar or harping on minor mistakes in names and numbers. Unless the opposing argument actually depends on such things, the only purpose of correcting them is to discredit one's opponent. Truly refuting something requires one to refute its central point, or at least one of them. And that means one has to commit explicitly to what the central point is. So a truly effective refutation would look like, the author's main point seems to be X, as he says, quotation. But this is wrong for the following reasons. The quotation you point out as mistaken need not be the actual statement of the author's main point. It's enough to refute something it depends upon. What it means. Now that we have a way of classifying forms of disagreement, what good is it? One thing the disagreement hierarchy doesn't give us is a way of picking a winner. DH levels merely describe the form of a statement, not whether it's correct. A DH6 response could still be completely mistaken. While DH levels don't set a lower bound on convincingness of a reply, they do set an upper bound. A DH6 response might be unconvincing, but a DH2 or lower response is always unconvincing. The most obvious advantage of classifying the forms of disagreement is that it will help people evaluate what they read. In particular, it will help them see through intellectually dishonest arguments. An eloquent speaker or writer can give the impression of vanquishing an opponent merely by using forceful words. In fact, that is probably the defining quality of a demagogue. By giving names to different forms of disagreement, we give critical readers a pin for popping such balloons. Such labels may help writers too. Most intellectual dishonesty is unintentional. Someone arguing against the tone of something he agrees with may really believe he's really saying something. Zooming out and seeing his current position on a disagreement hierarchy may inspire him to try moving up to counter-argument or refutation. But the greatest benefit of disagreeing well is not just that it will make conversations better, but that it will make the people who have them happier. If you study conversations, you will find that there is a lot more meanness down in DH1 than up in DH6. You don't have to be mean when you have a real point to make. In fact, you don't want to. If you have something to say, being mean just gets in the way. If moving up the disagreement hierarchy makes people less mean, that will make most of them happier. Most people don't really enjoy being mean. They just do it because they can't help it. Thanks Trevor Blackwell and Jessica Livingston for reading drafts of this. And presumably Jessica Livingston did not care or was ignored about all writers being he. Anyways, hopefully that was interesting for the conversation about disagreements. Stella Ramos. When Stella was a little girl, she dreamed of becoming a rock star. When she grew up, she tried to get hired at Militech. When she realized that pursuing dreams is the stuff of BDs, she became a police officer. Every day she risks her life to help those who don't appreciate it and gets in the way of people who have a good memory for faces. She re-ups her cortisol blockers every 2 months and would do it more often were it not for her NCPD paycheck just about covering her rent. She met Bill at a police precinct, and though it wasn't love at first sight, it gradually grew. It started with sharing rent, followed by the impossible, vacations. A bigger apartment and corporate healthcare. Eventually, Bill proposed and Stella accepted, though not at first. She still owns a large collection of brain dances. Oh, am I not following this? Sorry.
We know she's in there. Say we will. Give me a reason.
I'm noticing the alt tabs sometimes mess with the response. Actually, we seem to be okay now.
Get in.
Stella? Something the matter?
Get down. Can't get spotted by Dodger's men.
If it makes you feel better.
Listen, this is serious, okay? You don't mess with Dodger's people.
Okay, sure. Pretty comfy, actually, this.
Need your help with my fiancé Bill and his buddy Charlie. They're trapped in the building across the street.
Hans mentioned they're both NCPD.
Both grade A gonks, too. Sometimes do side gigs around town. Wanted to cut a deal with Dodger, but things obviously went south. Bill called me from inside, said only that, and I quote, "It's bad. And if I don't get help, Dodger will paint the walls with their brains."
So you, Bill, and Charlie are all badges with a whole precinct full of badge chooms at your back, but instead you call him Merc.
Dodger's not exactly a legit businessman. Can't call dispatch for this. They'll crucify us.
My fee just went up.
So, Bill's your fiancé, Charlie's his partner. What else can you tell me about him?
Bill. Bill's a good guy, but Charlie, he's like the big older brother that gets you into all kinds of shit.
Okay, so we don't like Charlie.
Look, Night City's turned all of us into who we are, but Charlie, he's a fucking magnet for trouble. Always has been.
It's bad. Nothing else.
It's really bad, Stella. Please get help. I love you.
Sweet of him, but not really what I was after.
When I asked what happened, he said it was too complicated for a quick holo.
Why's Dodger got you all shaking at the knees?
He's a dealer with close ties to Hansen. Total psycho, too. Moved to Dogtown to avoid serious prison time. Just please try not to wipe Dodger's men. You'll make things go from bad to worse. Take this access card. Dodger took over an abandoned NCPD precinct. Security systems are still up and running, so this should get you in without a hitch.
Upsides of last-gen NCPD tech, huh?
Save them. Please.
Would have been kind of funny if I got ran over by the client, but I'm glad I didn't. I'm noticing things are quite quiet after that essay. Should I not do stuff like that in the future, or is that was that interesting? Uh-oh.
Attack! Alone!
I think I'm gonna redo that. I would like to live with my consequences, but some of the brain dead stuff I should probably probably redo. Okay, good. Yeah, I mean, I try as much as I can to, I mean, obviously it's better to have my own stuff, but sometimes there will be material that's yeah, that's good for or relevant to the discussion. So. Okay, so that guy's pointing right in the wrong direction. Okay. Yeah, no, fair enough. I mean, like, I don't want to sound too needy as far as topics are concerned, but it's always just kind of nice to know, like, it's good to know if the silence is nothing to say, as opposed to just when's this guy gonna stop talking about this stuff? All right, Jesse Piece of Shit Turner from Dodger to 28 users. Here's the deal. Need to find this dumb fuck who swiped my powder. Dumb fuck's name is Jesse Turner. Some of you may remember him as one of the runners back in the day. Took off to NC with my white girl, so ask your city chooms if they've seen him around. Whoever finds this rash boy will be rewarded. Scav Shard, Andrew Spence to Mark Moon. Yo, a supposedly uncrackable shard from the Scavs. Want to take a shot at it? Belong to some Zeta Tech Corpo. Name's Hassan or some shit. Check out what's on there, choom. Pacifica Precinct Restructuring from NCPD Deputy Commissioner Claudia Feldman. To all NCPD Pacifica staff, effective October 17th, 2072, the NCPD Pacifica Precinct is hereby disbanded and all contracts of the officers working therein are terminated. Suggest you leave the precinct in civilian attire in view of the strong anti-police sentiments in the area. We have also received reports of planned riots in Pacifica, including a potential attack on the precinct itself, which is why we advise you leave the building ASAP. The decision to disband the precinct has the full backing of Mayor Lucius Ryan. Respectfully, Claudia Feldman, NCPD Deputy Commissioner. Okay. I gotta clear out some of the stuff here. Well, actually, let's see if we've got an improvement first. Probably not, but... I'm not entirely convinced that the current assault rifle that I have is better than the Umbra, but I'm going to try and stick with it. Perfect. So this may take a little bit to get back in order. So my preference would be to find some kind of security camera. Okay, that's good to know there's another guy there. In fact, I should probably ping. Okay, got some possibilities here.
What's that?
So the other room's still a problem, but... Oh, I had no idea, Locus. I actually started off by talking a little bit about Discord because it looks like they undid my preferences with regards to like access to games and stuff like that. I actually don't like Discord as an app. I think it is very invasive in terms of the stuff that it that it finds out about your computer and what's running on it. I dislike Discord full stop. I have never liked Discord, but I also know like it also feels like something of an essential app, so I've sort of made my peace with it. But I've always been very uncomfortable with the amount of what? That was unexpected. Yeah, I've always been uncomfortable with the amount of information it demands. Large, like for no reason other than it just wants to grab as much as it can. And the fact that I have expressed a very clear preference in terms of how I want it to behave, and the fact that it will disrespect that and just go ahead and do its new thing. I am actually on the border of just saying, you know what, it does not matter how much of a necessary thing this thing seems. It feels like. I feel like I wanna ditch it. Okay. I'm sure we'll just be back in this menu soon enough, but... I'm not going to check for any differences because it's very unlikely that I'm going to wind up using... Okay, 1C BD 55, so... Yeah, I mean, like, if I had the full, I think if I had, like, the full like, the time and patience for it, that I would, like, run it in a VM and so on and so forth, but there is a convenience factor involved, so, but I definitely don't have Discord on, like, so I feel, I'm split on having it on the iPhone, because I know Apple's pretty restrictive in terms of what developers can ask for. I do know that Uber got around it at some point, and they were almost like, I think Kalanick was basically brought to Apple, and essentially they needed they were effectively asking him, like, tell us why we should not lock you out of the App Store and kill your company. But yeah, it's just one of these things. Like, for the most part, you know, I am hoping that represents an exception, and that what Discord gets off of a mobile is less. But, like, in general, my feeling is that I do not put Discord on a computer that I want to, you know, I want to keep secrets on, let's say. Funds transferred. Caution, Zeta Tech Company expense account funds may only be used for purchase of legal products. Buying and selling products from illicit sources will be subject to severe punishment. Visitors from the NC fucking PD. Megan Gray to Dodger. You're not going to believe it, boss. Two badges came by in their squad car. And who did they bring? The Jesse Turner fuck who sold all our merch. No shit. They say the NCPD does fuck all for the citizens. They're waiting for you down in the basement, the popo, and the perp. Guess they're hoping to get that finder's fee. Told them you'd come sometime during the day. They said that they have time and can't wait for you, so they waited. Yeah, I mean, I saw a very long and very poorly argued YouTube video about the whole Tencent thing. I am not crazy about the view that says, you know, owned by Tencent, therefore it's, you know, a huge data harvesting, you know, monster. We have companies and products that we know behave that way, and they are American companies, right? The problem that I have with those kinds of article is not even that I think Tencent is not interested in data or that you want to be careful about the types of companies that do have your data and what their relationships with the governments of the countries that they operate in are. But like the idea, most of the time when I hear those arguments, they tend to be of the form, they're an arm of the Chinese government and they are going to, they're going to steal your soul. That's an uncharitable way of looking at it. And the thing is that like, I'll hear this from people who still have Facebook. And it's like, you realize that there is a company that actually there is evidence for them behaving in the way that you say is really bad, right? Like, you don't need to make it up about this other one. Like, having ownership in a company does not just give you direct access to literally everything that they do. But on the other hand, it is it's not bad to point it out, right? Like, it is obviously a thing that you would you would weigh on the balance of factors. But yeah, like, I know the one that like really annoyed me was people mad about the Epic Games Store, talking about Tencent's stake in the Epic Store, and it's like, okay, yeah, now using the Epic launcher means that you're going to be in a Chinese database somewhere.
For Christ's sake, there's a switch to the right.
And it's like, Tim Sweeney still is in control of the company. I obviously can't vouch for the security of the Epic launcher, but like, I think people just misunderstand what ownership stakes mean. Especially because Paradox is a launcher, and Paradox has Tencent has a stake in them, and Ubisoft has a launcher, and Tencent has a stake in them as well. So like, you can make the argument for other products. And the thing that bugs me about it is that if you've got a problem with Epic, and like, again, people are fully entitled to their opinions. I'm not saying people can't have opinions. I'm not saying people can't talk about this stuff. But like, argue the point. Like, don't make up a rule that you wouldn't apply to any other company, or obviously don't. Like, I literally had someone who was a massive fan of Path of Exile, like, would play it every day, often would stream it. They'd come into this channel and constantly be ragging on the Epic Store and the Tencent stake, and then go on their own channel and stream Path of Exile, knowing full well that Grinding Gears, the people who make Path of Exile, are a fully owned subsidiary of Tencent. And like, of course we know what the real reason is. They like Path of Exile and they don't like Tencent. They don't like the Epic Store. They probably legitimately don't like Tencent, but like, they know full well the ownership structure of grinding gears. But again, it's like, I think that actually the one thing that bugs me about that is that I don't know. I almost kind of take it personally in the sense where it's like, do you just think I don't know this stuff? Like, why are you so obviously applying two different sets of rules on these? I don't know. Like, it's baffling to me. Like, I would be very embarrassed to conduct myself in such a way. I can be mistaken about stuff for sure. If somebody says, you hate this thing, but you realize that you actually, this company is owned by, and at that point, that probably should provoke some reflection on my part, right? Where I'm like, oh, wow, I didn't know that. Either I need to stop doing this thing, or maybe it's clear that it isn't as terrible as I thought it was, There's absolutely room for changing your mind, for being corrected. That's generally why it's good to talk about stuff. But just coming in with the same stupid prior every time and doing so with full knowledge that you're being a complete hypocrite when it comes time to do your own broadcast is just baffling to me. Anyway, Ryan Sampson and Suri Finley. Food just came, ask someone else to do it. Why the fuck would you leave them alone? Why the fuck not? Because at the end of the day, they still 5-0. Better keep an eye on him. Klepper's with them, right? And the merch is there too. Yeah, well, yeah. Then get your ass down there. And what's the sitch? Trying to get in, doors fucking stuck. OFFS.
Someone out there.
Who's asking, Charlie or Bill?
It's Charlie. So Stella did manage to find someone. Thank fuck. Okay, let's try to get this open. Fucking slap this thing. A little help.
Better step back. Jesus fucking Christ.
I know.
What the fuck?
Don't worry. Not my blood.
The hell happened?
Better see for yourself. It's just through here.
What in the...
This is Bill.
Jesse Turner, asphyxiation, synth coke overdose. Opened.
Who's your friend?
Oh, me? Just told you. I'm Bill.
Thanks, Bill. Got that. No, I mean the dead fucking body on the table you somehow failed to mention to Stella.
We didn't kill him, okay? We swear.
Let's see. 2 blood-soaked dudes locked in a room with a gutted corpse. Yeah, real puzzler. Better take ages for a detective to unravel this one.
Go on. Tell him about your genius idea.
My idea? You're the one who set up the deal with
was
Dodger.
rock fucking solid. If only you didn't leave a bag of drugs in front of a junkie.
How was I supposed to know he'd swallow it?
You say drugs?
Oh, you go.
No, you.
I swear to fucking God.
Went like this. Choom over here clips Dodger's shit. Hightails it to NC. We catch wind Dodger's put out a bounty to bag him. Bring back his nose candy. Bump right into him during a routine stop. Dumb fucking luck. Choom was carrying 7 ounces of sin coke. So we cuffed him. Took him here.
Choom swallowed 7 whole ounces? That even possible?
So we're here, waiting on Dodger, when Bill plops the baggie on the table like it's nothing. All of a sudden, this gonk turd yells, "Fuck you, pigs," and stuffs the bag in his mouth.
Could have had a food tube implant? Like a deep, wide throat?
Yeah, like the one your mom's got. Fuck you even talking about, Bill?
Couldn't get him to just spit it out?
We tried to make a fuck. Poke a fucking hole in his neck.
I think.
No dice. Bag must have broke because he got all foamy at the mouth. Started spazzing out and then just croaked. That's when we started to panic.
This fool gulped tens of thousands worth of Eddies. What the fuck else are we supposed to do?
Stella was right. You two are bona fide jackasses.
We panicked, all right? Shit happens.
It's all gone. Dissolved. And now Dodger's gonna end us.
So you bring him the thief who swiped his dope. Only now there's no thief. Or dope.
Yeah. It's about the gist of it. You gotta help us get out of here.
All right, let's get moving.
One last tiny thing. Came here in our squad car and, kinda need it back.
Just keeps getting better. Where is it?
In the garage.
To the garage we
It's
go.
official, V. Finally made it to the major leagues. League of first-class leadheads, to be precise.
Nice of you to join us, Johnny.
Oh, Stella's
Always
gonna
value your
kill
input.
me if she finds out what we did. I'm a dead man walking.
Know what you could use?
What?
A nice big pair of balls.
Oh, 'cause you're such a tough guy? Not like you stutter in front of the cap every fucking time.
I don't fucking stutter. Let us through here before. What was the code again? 2893?
It was 2983.
Idiot, it was 2893.
Saw him punch it. Go on.
Didn't work. 2983. I fucking told you.
Dodger school.
Careful. Huh?
I was really hoping to be able to watch that. Okay, we'll just hit a distract on that.
Yeah, was that?
All right, what am I gonna do about this? 55. I really need to get an upgrade for my cyber deck.
Come on, guys.
Dodger will drown us in eddies, Bill. The plan is foolproof, Bill. Trust me, I know what I'm saying, Bill.
I do like the fact that these guys are idiots. Door problem. Garage door's busted. Something short circuits when you power it up. Mark claims it's the wiring, but who the fuck knows what the problem really is. So you're gonna have to rewire it every time, otherwise the fuse blows and the entire building goes dark.
Keep a bag in his fucking pocket.
I've definitely read blaming... No, there's... So it doesn't really... you don't really actually see the deck, but it does... I really would have thought I would have messed with this. Oh, here we go. Let's see if I go to my inventory. So, yeah. So, currently Arasaka Mark II. I guess it technically... Yeah, I think this is a deck. Yeah, here we go. Tier 2 Cyber Deck. Allows you to perform quick hacks on enemies and devices while scanning. Enemies take 40% longer to trace your location. And then has tier 1 and 2. And then I can load in a bunch of programs with the changes brought in with version 2.0. There's restrictions on the types of programs that I can put in. So there's a couple of reasons to upgrade the Cyber Deck. So yeah, Cyber Decks are a thing in the sense that they exist in the game, but it's fair to say that it's completely abstracted away. Like you actually don't see them very often. But you absolutely do need to pick which one, and it will affect your ability to get stuff done. Oh, Jesus. I might reload on that because, yeah. I'm actually not sure what they saw. That's it. I mean, I do kind of like the way hacking works. Like, I like the little puzzle. Like, the puzzle feels about the right length and, like the right thought and complexity. Okay, I gotta do this again.
Shut up, Bill.
So what if it's fucking Pacifica? What? Too pussy to set foot there, Bill? Afraid of earning some serious scratch?
But yeah, so the like it doesn't take forever to do the it doesn't take forever to do the hacking mini game, but it does have like enough substance that it's interesting. And then the ability to sort of do hacks on enemies as part of a part of real-time combat is pretty interesting, but I don't do it as much as I would like to, but
Shit, shit, shit! Sorry. You got it. They're coming! Do something!
Ah. Okay, so I think I have I think I have an idea about how this works now, but I think I hit the wrong... I think in that case, the fact that it said it was tracing me makes me think that the distraction didn't work. Like, I know what I want to do, it just hasn't actually turned out. Let me do the distraction already.
Hey, shit, shit, shit!
Yeah, I probably did that too late now.
They're coming! Do something! What now? Shit! Sorry. It just fell. Swear it wasn't on purpose.
Yeah, sure.
Ooh, not so good. I gotta be really prompt in how I deal with this. You know what? Distract there. He's almost at... No way! I messed that up, so... Oh, I'm gonna have to do that again. Alright, well, I can make this work. I just really wish they didn't lock me into a cutscene for this. Or, I guess it's not a cutscene technically, but...
Hey, shit, shit, shit! Sorry. You got it. They're coming! Do something!
For heaven's sake.
Shit! Sorry. It just fell. Swear it wasn't on purpose.
Okay. These are probably identical. I'll settle for 2 for now.
Yeah, sure.
Need to get past them.
No, damn it. Okay, I really need that floodlight to go boom. No, he turned around. That one I'm mad about because I had everything that I needed and then it wouldn't let me do the one floodlight that I wanted. Although I should probably be saving past that rather annoying... So, I don't know. I think the thing that bugs me about this is that I don't like it when the game just wrests control away. And the funny thing is that the fact that it forced my perspective on this for so long did not actually stop me from running into and being discovered by a character. Okay, I don't get why it doesn't let me do the distraction sometimes.
Do something.
Okay, this is... Okay, good. That almost went really bad.
He just fell. Swear it wasn't on purpose.
Yeah, sure.
Need to get past him.
Okay. So... I'm going to try and be a little more... I want to try and be a little more brutal with the cuts. Well, there's some of these. I'm just getting kind of tired of jumping back in, like back and forth for the... Okay, so very specific order in which I want to have this happen. Okay, this guy may be a problem. Nope, we got it. So that's what I've been trying to do since the first time. But clearly, I have some implementation problems.
Serious scratch to be made in wieners.
Oh, screw you, Charlie. Screw you.
Come on, let's get the hell out of here.
But yeah, like I said, I do kind of like the fact that these two are morons.
Our squad car's right through here.
You do have them, don't you?
The keys. Shit. Wait.
Don't tell me you left them upstairs.
Chill, Choom. Got him right here. Oh, fuck. Would you look at that? A welcoming party. How thoughtful. Greetings, fellas. Oh, am I early?
We can explain.
Quiet. You I don't know. Care to introduce yourself?
Got hired by these two to help.
Oh, they look like they could use... One thing I can't put my finger on, though. What's that you got on your faces? A little ketchup? Run out of napkins?
Yeah, well, no, not us, per se.
You any better at speaking full sentences? There was a shootout. A guy got hit. Was bleeding out fast. After that, brought your stuff here. Left it all upstairs. So it's all good. Another smooth talker. All right. Third time's a charm. Is he spinning yarns? See, I really don't like being made a fool of. Boys. Oh, you're fucked now!
That's like cunt's hacking.
I didn't exactly want to sell them up the river. I wasn't sure what the
Hey, where are the badges when you need them?
consequences would be.
Right behind you.
Is it over?
Yup, nothing left but hop in your ride, flee the scene. Sure you can manage that much.
Thanks.
So we going or what?
Yeah. Hey, thanks again.
So again,
I'll radio us in, tell him we're back.
Wait, I'll get Stella on the harbor first.
I know she said don't kill anyone, but
V, so tell me, what did our boys in blue do this time?
Let me put it this way. This is the last time I do a gig for the badges.
Prickly today, are we? I'll make do without details. If the client is happy, then so am I. Contract closed.
yeah. So the real worry that I had here was if I said he's telling lies, then that might involve sort of selling them out. So I wanted to. Wanted to do something that wouldn't result in a sad ending for the two idiots. Okay, so if the airdrop is still around, I'm gonna take it, and then we are gonna head to the restaurant, and then I'm probably gonna have to call it. I was really hoping to get to the movie star. But I also need to be somewhat responsible with the hour at which I go to sleep. Yeah, man, I did not think this through in terms of... Hang on, is that really the... Hey, got your number from a friend. Heard you're good at what you do, and that if that's the God's honest truth, then I've got a gig for you. Call me if you're interested. Oh, I know this one. This one's pretty fun. This is one of the few things that I actually did without doing it on stream. I didn't quite realize what the... It's like some kind of a battle royale going on up here. Yeah, I didn't quite realize what I was getting into, but it was sufficiently amusing, and I absolutely want to follow up with it. Okay. One thing is, I am absolutely nuts about the fact that the frame... I think it's something about transitioning into Dogtown, maybe. Anyway, sorry, there'll be a little... The other thing I noticed is that it seems to register the game as crashing each time I quit out now, which didn't used to happen. But once the upload is done, this should be the last time I need to do this. And again, I'm not sure how apparent the frame drop, or not frame drops, but the dip in the frame rate is to people on the stream, but I've more or less, I feel like I have a pretty good idea about when it's happening or when it's going to happen. So, all right, we're at 78. I'm quickly taking a look at my taking a look at my emails while this happens. Yeah, I figure it's probably not that big of a mystery. Like, some of them are clearly below the 60 frame drop. So I try not to kid myself. The ones, like, I'm not some cyborg. Like, I'm not gonna be able to tell you, oh, this is running at 143 frames. This is a disaster. But yeah, I don't know. Like, where I can, I'm under no illusions that on these settings that I'm going to be getting, like, even consistently 60. But I'm going to guess that this combat that I'm in also will not be chugging like it was before. Like, this is clearly different from what it was last time. It's dropped a little now, but... Okay, now it's actually gotten kind of bad.
Going in from the side.
Good lord. That thing hits like a truck. Okay. Damn it. I'm dead. Never played it. Yeah, unfortunately, that's a very short conversation. It reminds me, I saw, I think it was a talk, Neil Stevenson at Google, and I think somebody had asked, you know, what's your opinion of, what's your opinion of Ayn Rand? Or Atlas Shrugged. I don't think it was Ayn Rand completely. But it was just a very simple, like, haven't read it. And I actually, what was kind of funny was the audience applauded at that. So he kind of needed to explain that, like, it wasn't some kind of an indictment. Like, I've not heard anything about... There is something kind of charming about a philosophy that says to Americans, you know, wouldn't the world be better if we were all more selfish? Like, that's very cute. But yeah, I mean, like, the fairest assessment. So, like, here's the thing. Like, it's so easy to do the cheap shot, particularly when it's stuff like in a group of people who are not going to like not going to be mad at you taking that cheap shot. But the fair assessment that I would give would be, I have not heard anything about it that suggests I would find it rewarding to go through the whole, like through a work that long. God, this is really a nightmare on the frame rate, and this can't be the combat. This is something else causing this. So hopefully a little bit of time out of the inventory will solve it. Otherwise, I am actually going to have to reload the save again. Okay, so it's obviously not the transition to Dogtown that's causing this. I should probably pick up the goodies before I go too far. Yeah. You can't save in the middle of a firefight, so I was kind of consigned to low frame rate run. So I'm sorry, you're all gonna have to enjoy a bit of a PowerPoint presentation for a little while. I'm gonna loot the bodies, and I will reload the game because this is not really showing this in the best light. I have no interest in like downplaying the frame rate issues and stuff like that. Like if the game's chugging on my system, the game's chugging on my system, and if it's a consistent enough thing in terms of like once I get into a firefight involving like more than 2 people, it's clear that the PC can't handle it, or like if I go out into the open street, there's just too many things to render and that tanks the frame rate. Like that sort of stuff I can understand, but what it feels like is I feel like I'm getting locked into certain places, like certain states where it's almost like it doesn't know I've transitioned from the map to the game again. So you'll always notice that when I go from the in-game map to like to the main game, you'll always notice that there's like this hit to the frame rate for a few seconds, and then it goes back to being where it needs to be. And I'm assuming that there's probably some sort of like, you know, just little efficiency that they put in that's doing that. And what it feels like here is that it feels like that transition just hasn't happened. But anyways, like I said, I don't want to make a big deal about it. I wanted to at least pick up the items. That's just in case they go away between saves. We'll do one more exit. I'm sorry, I did say that would be the last one, but circumstances forced my hand. Just waiting for the syncing message. Excuse me. Okay, it's hung at 75. If this takes too much longer, I'll just have to call it. But I was really hoping to at least... So I wanted to get the drop, and I wanted to at least do this next mission, or at least start this next mission. Because if I can... if I can at least... Like, my private goal to myself was to get to the introduction of a major character, but... Okay. So cloud save didn't work for some reason. Doesn't matter though, because I just assumed that my all right, have a good one, Locus. Okay, so it looks like the items do save, but obviously this is much better in terms of frame rate. Archive conversation. Jaden Penaloza and Johnny Hart. I'm on comms reporting. Airdrop landed in Eden Pools. Get your asses over there and secure the area. Roger. Drop landed in a weird spot. Is it damaged? Doesn't look it. Then why the fuck you raise me? Take care of it. Grab the cargo and get over to me. Yeah, okay. Come again? Roger that, boss. That's better. Smiley face. Move to reach airdrop container. Oh, neat! They're gonna make me jack in to take both sides. Okay, that's a fun little idea. 5 BD 55. Okay, cool. So see, that was an example of what I was talking about. Like, notice how there was a little bit of lag when after transitioning out of the hacking game. But once that happened, like, it's back to this, even though it was the same area that was causing some trouble before. So my guess here is that there's probably just an efficiency that's being done to, like, avoid rendering the world in the background when there's no need. And I'm almost wondering if there's something that stops that from... Like, I'm almost wondering if there's something that's preventing it from recognizing that it's in a different state. I don't know. I probably shouldn't be guessing about this stuff. Get rid of the greens. Well, greens that aren't rare. And the whites. Yeah, so I kind of feel like the frame rate dropped again after that inventory. Interesting. I'm going to try and make it work. Because I think another reload like that is going to really put a damper on my... I don't know, we'll see how it goes. Like, if it's a little... I don't know. Okay, so I'm of two minds of this. Like, in one sense, I probably shouldn't care. And in another sense, I sort of feel like if I do it now and something cool happens, like the crash for the for Space Force 1, then we just miss all of it. And I'm at 5.5 hours now. So you know what? This is not going to be a very exciting end to the broadcast, but I think I'm going to call it here because I feel if I need to reset the game multiple times to make progress, maybe it's time for just a system reset, and maybe it's time to follow up later. So I'm hoping that we get to the Idris Elba character next time. Thank you everybody for watching. I'm not 100% sure. I guess there's still the promotion. I think the promotion might still be going on for another week. One way or the other, I will try and stream this game when there are drops on. I will also stream the game after that, but the main motivator for doing the game now is the fact that some people can get some rewards for this. So once the rewards go away, it's not that I am less interested in doing the game, I just have less of a reason to do it right now. So, but yeah, the plan for next week, Monday will be Book of Hours. Not sure what Friday is going to be. I'll see what CD Projekt Red's plans are for promoting the game. Wednesday I'm going to be off because I have the local game dev meetup. But that will hopefully give me some interesting things to talk about for the week following. And then after next week, I will be back to my usual hours. Kilgore should be streaming for about another hour, so I'm going to give him a quick raid. I actually need to run off. I got to catch up on a bit of stuff, so I'm sorry to sort of just run off like this, but I need to. I just need to go. So thank you everybody for hanging out. I will see some of you on Monday for Book of Hours. Otherwise, the rest of you Friday or later. Take care and enjoy Kilgore.